Hey, welcome. It's stream number 286. And yes, Rally Monkey, you are the first, as far as I know. Although it's possible that someone beat you here before I had my chat client up, so. That's happened before, right? Hope you all are having a great Monday. Alright. I'm going to try to wrap up this path visualization. We worked on this last week. This is the state of what it looks at now. So it's just hard-coded right now, but there is a overlay that we have always enabled in the front-end client here, and it's showing us the aggro search area for this NVC named George. So, for example, these numbers here reflect how many steps it would take George to get to each of these positions. And if, as George wanders around, the map is recalculated. If he wanders close enough to these monsters up here, and they enter this search area, that's when it triggers him to go pursue and fight them. So what I want to do today is enable more of these maps and pathfinding sets, for lack of a better word, in the game scripts. And so that would show up here in this list. And then I want to be able to select which one we want to view. I'll probably have this be a radio button collection, and then add a selection for none so we can turn it off. And yeah, that's the basic goal today. So select which one we want to visualize. And then even if the server drops it, we want to keep it in our list, because if the server adds it back later, we want it to automatically show up again. So that'll happen, for example, right now, George, when he's just wandering around, he's not computing a path, a pursuit path. But if we were to pick him up, plop him over here, and then place one of these monsters within range. Oh, actually, he wandered within range. We're not seeing it, but he is computing paths to get to these monsters, and then when he decides to return to base, he's computing a path back. And when he's just wandering around, he's not computing paths, so those would eventually be stale and old. So I want to do a combination of two things. Time them out, so that drop them if they haven't been updated in a while, and then allow us to still pick it in the front end even if the server drops it, so that if it shows up again, we'll see it. I think that's enough for today. If I get done with that and I have extra time, I guess I would move on to trying to optimize a little bit about what the NPCs do when they're wandering, because right now they're oh, sorry about that. Oh, shoot. So this is probably something I need to answer. It's probably a robocall, but let's see. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. That was not a robocall. That was some healthcare thing. I guess there was a mix-up in where the checks went. Oh, don't you love healthcare and insurance? Anyway, where was I? I think I was just planning things out for today in my head mostly. I had this plan out that I wrote out before and I was trying to get synchronized with it. So I think what I want to do first is be able to select what tile set we're looking at. So right now there should only be one tile set, George. But we also want to add a none, and we want to make these radio buttons so that I can turn this on and off. That's what I think what I want to do first. So let's say put it into short words. I guess we already did it right here. And I just need to break this up into lines. So if it fits into 3 lines, I'm good, and it does, so we are set. There we go. All right. This is all in the debugging panel. I just need to make this into a bunch of radio buttons. This has a bullet in front of it because we're not using the default style for this list. Hey, what's up, player? Poker badly? How are you doing? All right, I don't remember how I did this before. I think it would maybe with a style. We'll find it. Oh, right, that's the privacy policy. I'm like, what the heck is that? Oh, for bulleted lists, am I just using the default style everywhere? So that would be in the versions panel. I guess so. Chat is not, though. It's using class chat message. What does that look like? List style type none. Okay. So I'll probably want the same kind of thing for a style sheet for this debugging panel. So let me make a new file. Debugging panel.css. And we'll have this be debug tile collections. And that will go in for the overall list, right here. And then I need to have it import the CSS. I think that's how I did it before. Let me see. Yep, that's how I did it before. All right, so this should come back up. And the list. How come it's the margin is different? Or am I just imagining that? Elements. Oh yeah, look at that. There's a 16 pixel margin for that unordered list. Or is it padding? It's padding. It's that 40 pixel padding. So how did I turn that off before? Padding inline start. That's probably what I did. That goes there. I don't need a width or do I need a flex? What's that flex for? I think that's for the, I don't know, it was to have a scrollable container. I think I just need that, right? Yep, okay, so that gets the CSS as good as I can make it. I'm a noob when it comes to CSS. I mean, that should be obvious by the lack of style here. All right, so to make these radio buttons, I will need to look this up because I don't remember how to do this. HTML radio button. Actually, it's maybe better to look for under React. I guess we can look at this site. Okay, what are they trying to tell me? They're explaining through example, which is hard on me because I don't know what the purpose of the example is. Why put these into divs and then what the heck are they doing? Okay, I don't like this. I don't know, maybe. Where am I? Don't I want just MDN? There we go. So they also put the input into a div so that we can have a label. How do we know they're in the same group, though? Name. Okay, there's a name property. I didn't see it. Okay, there it was. So the name is the group. And then we have an ID to map with the label. And the value is what value the input gets when it's checked, I guess. Or no, what's the value? What's value for then? Value is never shown to the user. Instead, it's used to identify which radio button in a group is selected. It's not the text. The text is this label. Yeah, learning right alongside me. Okay, so there will be a value in the form. If it's within a form, which I guess I want, there will be a value named whatever that I have the name set to, and its value will be which radio button is selected. So in my case, I don't really need to have a form, do I? Because I'm not going to submit anything. I want each of my radio buttons to have an unchanged or unchecked, right? And it's really just to make sure only one is selected at a time. That was the only reason I'm making radio buttons, right? So let's see if I can do this right. It's a list item, and in the list item there's a div, and in the div there is an input. Type equals radio, name equals selected debug tile collection. That's a long name. Can I actually use dashes? I don't know. What did this one use? Okay, they did have a dash in there. Actually, it doesn't matter, right? It's just to make sure it's consistent. And let's see. Value equals key. And then checked equals Hey, hi there, Arobsky. Dashing. It's very dashing, yes. It should be checked if the key. So I don't have the concept of which one's selected. Um, I guess for right now, I'll just put it in state. I'll eventually want this in Redux, right? So, const selected collection set selected collection equals use state null, I guess. I'll have to have a special one for the none. Okay, so checked is selected collection equals key. And then that's the end of the input, and then there's a label for equal, or there is a special thing about React, you can't use for, right? HTML4. I remember that. And then that just I need to have a ID, don't I? And the ID can be just the key, I suppose. Actually, I can't just have it be the key, can I? I should probably have a prefix in front. So let's put a prefix. Debug tile collection dash. And then, yeah, I guess we'll just do that. Copy paste. I'm like, can I make it a variable and then copy it? I can't see how to do that. Okay, I messed something up. What is it telling me here? There's the closing tag for it. Oh, the label isn't closed. How does the label work again? Okay, so the text inside the key. So just key. There we go. What does that look like so far? And I can click it. Actually, clicking it doesn't work because I don't have a checked thing. Right, so there's a checked and then there's an on change, and let's add that. And the way that works, oh, wait a minute. For that example, I had a direct prop. I guess because I didn't care about it. So I can do the same thing, I guess. Don't care about the input. And this would just call set selected collection key. There we go. I can select it. Doesn't select it, doesn't do anything. Let me add the key for this unordered list for the none one. So that's just a hard-coded one of these. Like that. And this ID would be no debug tile collection. Don't need to do that. It's a Monday. I'm going to be a little bit slower today. Hey there, Tropical Banana Man. How are you doing today? All right. I am slower on Mondays. But you know, that's okay. So this should just say, for this value, can I say null? Or do I do empty string? And then for here, I guess we'll just put in parentheses, none. And then there's no key here. Null. What happened? I probably don't even need a set value, right? Probably defaults to empty string. There we go. So the default is none. Hey, look, it works. Mondays will do that to you. Yeah. I had to sort of force myself to stream today. I'm like, I started playing Project Zomboid again after years of not playing it, and I really got into that over the weekend. And I'm like, I'd rather play that game rather than work. I force myself to work. Hey there, Radon 90. How are you doing? You don't need the value? Yeah. I do need the value for the other ones, right? I bet if I left that out. Actually, do I even need that? Because I'm thinking if I left that out, then it gets confused about which one is selected, right? The DOM. No, it still works. Because I'm not using the DOMs. It's not in a form, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. I'm really only using it for this checked, and the on change has to match it. Slickfur! How are you doing, Slickfur? Thank you for the resub 7 months in a row. My goodness. One of the founders. I appreciate the support. Hope you're having a good day. That has to match that, and I just did all that to make it unique. Am I getting any React, warnings? Not about this one, so I'm good. Grinding out a wonderful Monday. That's right, we're grinding. How are you doing? That's weird. For me, it doesn't show the subscriber badge for you, even though you just resubbed. That's weird. Oh, wait. It's for the first thing takes the place of the founder badge, the subscriber badge, doesn't it? Don't you think it should be in addition to your sub badge? It should also show the founder. It should be both, not just one or the other. Okay. Anyway, this has no effect right now because it doesn't actually change our subscription. I wanted to do that, so that would be inside of this. To move it to Redux and have it actually have a side effect of changing our subscription, right? So we're not going to use state anymore. These are going to be actual props. And by state. And then these need to be added to our Redux, React Redux. So selected collection. State admin, we'll make something up right here. Debug tile the collection selected key. I kind of want to keep the name starting the same, so that they're going to be near each other. I might even want to put them in another reducer, so it would be something like that. When I refactor this, I'll probably do that. You can use hooks with Redux. You mean like a custom hook? Or are there hooks that you can get that work with Redux? Do I need a hook? I just make them props and then I map the props to state and dispatch, so I don't need to use hooks, right? Maybe I should read that. Is it better than what I'm doing now? As an alternative to using connect, I see. So you still wrap it with a provider, okay. And then you do use selector. Oh, that's cool. But how do you do the set? The map dispatch to props, how is that done? Okay, I don't know about equality. This thing, equality function, I don't know what that is. Probably something I'm not using. Updates. I'm just skipping through, I'm not even reading it. I'm hoping to see with a glance. Okay, it's use dispatch, okay. What is this removed use actions? I guess that's something they added and then they removed it. Using Redux Select? No, I'm not using Redux Select. I guess I'm just using vanilla Redux, because the only thing I've been using from Redux is Redux. And of course React Redux, so, you know, you're saying that I can, from React Redux, I could use hooks instead of the connect. I kind of like connect though. Okay, this is valuable to know. Let me put this in a couple places. We'll put it in the notes for today. And actually, hold on. I need to get the attribution. So there and there. And I'm going to take that. Let's take your name too and make that. I don't think it's a side project. It's more of my research, and then I can pick which one I want, right? Whoa. Why did that do an indent? Turn off the bullets, please. There we go. Nice. What would Redux select do for me? Oh, I see. So the selector is only if I use Redux select. Got it. Okay. Cool. I think that deserves some points. Let's give you 3 points for that. There you go. I'll look into that, and if I like it a lot, I will replace this stuff with hook. I really, really like the hooks for making my components in React functional and not classes, because I really, really got tripped up by the classes stuff. But if I'm thinking like not having read it completely, so I guess my prejudice right now is to not use the Redux hooks, because all the hooks would do is replace this stuff, which I'm okay with, and it would replace it with something that does the same thing but built into the React component. Actually, I kind of like having this be pure React and this be the Redux part, because conceptually what I could do is separate this file into 2 pieces and keep this pure React, and so I could use it with or without Redux. Whereas if I use the hooks, that means that it's binding it to Redux, right? Because I'm using the hooks from React Redux. But I need to read it completely to give a fair judgment, I think. Hey there, Crumpet, how are you doing? We're just reading about React Redux hooks that Radon90 was suggesting we look into. And I closed the tab, but it was here. Put that back into chat. So I was looking into that. Radon was recommending look into that. I'm not going to use that immediately, but it's something to keep in mind. So it would replace me needing to have all of these maps here, basically. So the extracting from Redux state to make, instead of a prop, it would just be a variable within the component. And so our props would be a lot lighter. And instead of mapping dispatch to props, we would just have a dispatch hook directly if we wanted to do it that way. All right. Set selected connection. Actually, I need a key here, right? Key. Dispatch actions. I don't have an action yet. Or what do I want to call it? I guess we'll just call it after the name. Set selected debug tile collection. Key. All right. Why did I write it out like that? I don't know why I did that. I'm going to need that. Maybe it's because I was thinking ahead. I'm going to need that in this file here. So that would be here. Maybe that's why I did that. So that we will convert to... Is there a convert to camel case? Wouldn't that be cool? There's no convert to camel case. Set selected debug tile collection. All right. So that implies this is in the admin reducer. Let's go there. Here it is. Default to null. And that this action here, we need to reduce here as well. Set. selected, so right here, return state, and then this variable here would be action.key. All right. That should be enough to make this work again so far. Yay. Okay, now in addition to reducing it, I also want to have the side effect in the middleware to change our subscription. So let me find out where that's done now. I think I did that in admin middleware. Subscribe. What would it be called? Actually, let's just look for George. There we go. So it's built into our camera component. Okay. All right, it's the DT element. So let's have this middleware also intercept this action. Well, I think the dog might want to want out. I might have to go let the dog out. Who let the dog out? Raimu did. Let me go check. All right, I'll be right back. Just a minute. False alarm. Dog is fast asleep and I'm just imagining things. Okay, that handler goes here. Dispatch. We can just pull it from the state or we can use the key directly. I think I'm just gonna use the key directly, so that would be... What's better? The reducer is taken care of already. That's actually better to just get it from the state, right? Alright, so... It's not just send to game, it was, Oh, it is, I can use set to game because we actually are changing the game state. Alright, let me, Okay, I'm stopped to consider, do I need to worry about the show avatar? I don't think I need to because it's just the camera. I don't need that part. Okay, we're not creating a component. We're modifying a component. So that looks like this. And it's the camera component. Entity is the camera entity. And the change... Hold on. Oh, right. It used to be that the tile was could just be an integer. I got confused that that was not an object. It should be an object, though. All of this stuff needs to be preserved. The server, the client, the fact that it's an admin server, and then here's the key part. What it is if the selection is null, we want an empty list. So let's do it this way. Let subscriptions equals empty, and then we'll say const select. Well, do I need to do this? Yeah, I do need to do this. This thing. Selected collection is that. So get state admin.that. Because I want to say if that, then subscriptions push it. And then subscriptions replaces that. Okay. And then I don't need this one. Okay, so when I click it, it should subscribe. So I can remove the George now. I can just drop that. Okay, so we're not seeing the map initially. When I click it, though, we should see it. And when I click it off, it should be gone. Right, but then there's the bug. I forgot about this. It doesn't tell us about the subscription we're no longer... It doesn't tell us to drop what we no longer subscribe to. That was a bug from Friday, right? Yeah, this one. Okay, so the selection is done. I need to fix that bug. So let me, whoops, I didn't need to print that. Interesting. Control print prints from OneNote. We knew that. I want to go to current task and change this. So we did that one. Now we're going to be fix bug in dropping debug tile subscription. My nose is itchy. Okay, to fix that bug, it's in the back end, so I need to have a unit test for it to cover this case. So, will that be here? No. It's in the rendering system. Rendering system needs to tell us this, so this here. Publish drop debug tiles. Okay, so this is... It's similar to this. It's instead of it being dropped, it's that it is no longer subscribed to. So publish, this should be publish drop debug tiles on when tiles dropped. This should be publish drop debug tiles when camera no longer subscribed. So let me go find the subscribing stuff. Actually, I don't need to. I can do this. So it's the fact that this camera is set up with these tiles, right? So I just need to do components dot set entity component of type camera, and then what's the entity number is camera, and then the component body again, but we're going to remove the subscription. I'm going to keep the other one in there. The bar, I'm just going to drop the foo. So we're no longer subscribed to foo, and we should get a drop debug tiles for foo because we're no longer subscribed. So that's good. Build it. Okay, so this should fail. Replicating the issue we have right now, where this isn't updating until I click it again. And it's not removing it in the meantime. So we get no message where we should be getting a drop tiles. Okay. So let's go into the rendering system. Publish debug tiles. For every camera, we're looking at all the subscriptions. So we should also look, after this loop is done, we should look for things we're no longer subscribed to that the rendering system remembers giving information about. So we should break this up, right? This is update current subscriptions. Well, update, well, publish information about collections to which the camera is currently subscribed. And then we should have a version, or not a version, a little bit more code after this. Publish information about collections to which the camera is no longer subscribed. And in this, we're going to be iterating instead of the camera subscriptions. We're gonna be iterating the published subscription versions. So, oops, I didn't mean to skip all the way down. So this is for const auto. Let's give this one a versions entry in that. So we want to skip the ones that actually still exist. It exists, okay, it's right here where we look it up. So look it up. If it still exists, then we skip it, basically, right? And then the key is this dot first. The type of that should be string. Actually, that could just be a reference. Why copy it, right? Okay, so if that is not equal to that's end, that means it still exists, so we can skip it. Otherwise, it doesn't exist anymore, so we should publish that it's gone. This drop tiles thing. And we should erase it, right? Oh, wait. We can't erase while we're iterating, so I need to change how we're iterating. But yeah, we'll want to do an erase. I'll just have to fix the loop in a second. Okay. Right, because I need to change the loop. Okay, so drop, that's all correct. So rather than iterating it that way, we're going to do it this way. Auto that equals that dot first, dot begin. Then while this one is not equal to that one dot end. So that allows us to delete the entry from the list while we're iterating it, because we can take advantage of this thing. We can use the return value. We can say that equals that, and because it's so long, I'm going to indent it. So when you tell a collection to erase and you tell the iterator, it removes that from the list and then returns the next in the list. So the alternative is we want to advance. So let me change this up a little bit. If we couldn't find that, then we do this. Otherwise, we need to advance the iterator. So that is plus that. Now, all right, because it's an iterator, we have to use an arrow instead of a dot to get the key out. I think that's all I need, right? So that should let the test pass now, and without breaking the other tests. It didn't work. Okay. Let's find out why. Should go to here. Seagate hard drive return replacement is very strict. Look at this clause they give in an email. Your continuance of the product return process means that you do agree that Seagate products may not be used to develop, produce, or distribute chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons, missile technologies, or other terrorist activities. Okay, that's kind of weird. I guess they don't want to be associated with that kind of thing. Is that why they say that? Or maybe they don't want to have any part. They don't want to get hard drive. They don't want to have hard drives come back with that kind of stuff on it and then get enmeshed in it. Yeah, it sounds like just a legal protection for them, so they don't get in trouble with the government. Like, how did you end up with terrorist stuff on these hard drives? And they have to explain, well, a customer returned them to us. It sounds kind of ominous, actually. Okay, we're going to debug this to that point. Debug. So it's no longer subscribed to foo, so it should, when we update, it should enter here, right? Go. So the key here is foo, right? So this should equal the end. So, oh, it didn't. Why not? Oh, did I get it backwards? I think I got it backwards. No, wait a minute. Let me think about this. This script, this is wrong. It still has foo, but doesn't have. No, wait. I have this completely wrong. I didn't do this loop at all. It's not that we told them about it before. It's that both we told them about it before, and it wasn't in this list. So this is the list of ones that they're now subscribed to. So what I should do is I should make a copy of the set and then remove from the set as we iterate through this. Right. So yeah. So do I just make a copy auto? What to name it though? Previously published collection keys. Previously published collections. Too many L's. Previously published collections no longer subscribed. That's a huge name. And I really just need the keys from that, right? I'll be lazy and just make a copy of the map. Because I don't know how to make... Well, wait a minute. Is this removing from it? Yeah, that is removing from it. Yeah, I need to have a copy of the collection. Ah. You reckon you go for something a bit more high tech than a Seagate HDD? Yeah, exactly. Hey there, Anna Kim Luke. Hi, give you the high. Hi. How much would it suck if you got 80% through your weapon development only for the lone hard drive to fail? I guess you wouldn't be able to return it. Why would they return it anyway? It doesn't make any sense. Okay. I kind of want to do the right thing. Instead of making a copy of the whole collection, make just an unordered set. Include unordered set. Unordered set of strings. And is there a way to do a... I think I remember doing this. It's like if I had algorithm, which I do, I can do a standard for each. Is that how you do it? And then give it a function which does a... Yeah, I think this is how you do it. This one's begin to end, and the function would be back inserter. Or inserter. Is there no inserter? There's a back inserter. Dev docs, please. What do we have under iterator here? A lot of these are C++20. Insert iterator? Is that what I want? It's a legacy output iterator. it's a use it with copy, not for reach. Why does it say legacy? Legacy means like you shouldn't use it anymore. Why is they calling it legacy? I don't see why it's called legacy. All right, I think that's what I want to do though, right? I want to do copy and then insert. It's in define an iterator, I see, not an algorithm. Inserter. And then the container is this. Right? I got something wrong. How do I use the thing? I haven't used this before. What the heck? Okay, I guess I need to look at this constructor. Okay, this is not what I don't think this is what I wanted. What's standard next do? Okay, I need to look up inserter. Inserter. Okay. I don't understand this. Read it more slowly. It's a convenience method. Okay, so what does this do? Inserts elements into a container for which it was constructed at the position pointed to by the supplied iterator. So I don't really need that, right? Because the position's irrelevant. For an unordered set. So is there something simpler I can do for unordered set? I guess I'm gonna Google it. Unordered set from map keys. Construct unordered set from map keys. That's not helping. Different ways to initialize an unordered map. It's the same thing, isn't it? Oh, you can do that? I can just have a range? So I can just say... That's not going to work, is it? Seriously, that works? What, does it just pull the keys out? How does that work? So you're saying... So this is saying an unordered sets constructor would do it. Let's look at the constructor. Hey there, 715209. What did we do before search engines? You went to the library, that's what you did. Books. Hey there, Toulouse. I'm trying to figure out the best way if I have this thing, which is an unordered map from string to int. If I just want to reduce it to an unordered set, just the keys part, it looks like that will work, but I don't understand why. That we can use its constructor with just 2 iterators from the map, and I'm not sure how that works. Actually, I don't even know if this will compile. Let me see if it compiles. It doesn't, so that's not even valid. At least I think that's where it's kind of hard to read these error messages. It's so hard to read these error messages sometimes. I'm scanning for my file name in here. Man. 1622. Yeah, so I can't do that. So I don't understand how this would work then. Oh, that works if you're going from a map to a map. Thank you for the follow, by the way. You would think that this would be a common thing, how to extract the key. How about if I just re-say this? Extract keys from C++ map. I mean, this is just the old way of doing it. What's the easy, nifty way? Back inserter. Can I use back insert? Because that's what I was originally aiming for, right? I had this set to copy back inserter, right? Or inserter. Can I just use a back inserter? That expects there to be a pushback, right? Yeah, that's not gonna work. I need to have it. I think the original thing I was going for would be better. For each, and then we supply a function of some kind, right? It would be a function that just inserts. So how does for each, do we get a pair or do we get an iterator? Const type reference A. Okay. So the type is it the iterator? Back inserter with the pushback. Yeah, but I'm having it go into a unordered set, and this is each one of these is a list iterator. I'm wondering if that's what I'm going to get out of this. It's going to be whatever this type is. This iterator. Iterator. Is that what I'm getting? A const one of those? It. And then I'd want to do this dot insert it first. Arrow first, I guess. Will that work? Can I convert one from pair? Oh, it's a pair. Okay, that's even easier. Pair. So we'll call it entry. Ooh, I think that worked. Yay, that worked. Okay, cool. I don't know. So I don't know if this is the most efficient or whatnot, but we're basically using the generic for each algorithm, saying for every entry in this unordered map, call this function. And what the function does is it takes the key, the first thing in the pair. The pair is key value, right? It's taking the key and inserting it into the unordered set. And that returns something, so I'm going to be explicit about ignoring the return value. Just write it as a loop that pushes each key to the set. If you really want to write it functionally, then it's transform. I never heard of transform. So how similar is transform to for each? I need to do the trick where I do CVP tab. There we go. Interesting. So it operates on two different iterators. applies the given function to a range and stores the result in another range. Technically, that's not what I want, right? Because I'm creating the output from the input. It's tough if you're trying to do the fancy C++. Like what iGrok was saying, I could have just made this a loop where I could have written it this way, right? Another way to write it would be just for const auto entry in this thing. I could have just said that dot, actually just this. I wonder if actually I should have just done it this way. Because that'll work too, right? For every entry in there, just push the key. I was trying to get out of doing a for loop. I actually think that that's easier to read. We'll do the for loop. And I'll give iGrok a point, of course. That'll work just as well, right? So for everything in the map, insert the key into this new set. And then we're going to be removing from the set as we get through this, right? Yep, so this would be void that.erase key. And then at the end, it's the ones that are left over that we want to iterate. So it's for const auto entry in that. Actually, that's just the key. And we already have the key. Okay. If... What is this telling me? If it still exists, then tell us to drop it. Actually, don't I want to tell it to drop it all the time? Yeah, there's no if, so I don't need to do this. And I don't need to do that. We just do that. Simple. There we go. Yeah, so sometimes a plain old loop is the easiest way. I think what happened, I got into a phase at one point when I was learning C++, 11 I think it was, where I'm like trying to get rid of all loops and replace them with these algorithms like for each, because technically you can, like I just showed you don't have to use a for loop if you use standard for each. It's just that you have to be explicit about the range with the first and last iterators. And then you have to provide a function, so there's like that lambda wrapper or a class wrapper around the code, which is a little bit ugly, right? So if you're okay using a traditional loop, a for loop, then you don't need a function object, you just put the code right in the for loop. I think there's still a place for these for eaches, and that's when you're given the function. And also if the iterator range is custom, so that you don't have to have conditional, like which subset of the sequence do you want. Whereas this is going to give us the entire range. So we would have to have ifs, right? If we're like within that subset or not, kind of a thing. Anyway, enough talk. Let's run the test. Yay. And now let me find in Test Explorer and run all the tests in that suite. Make sure I didn't break anything. Cool. And then rebuild the release build and try it out in the test realm. I forgot to wave to iGrok. My stream helper is telling me, you need to wave to iGrok and Durumd. Hi. Just have array, keys, array in PHP world. Yeah, C++ is sort of a weird language in that it doesn't have a lot of those conveniences. So like in JavaScript, you'd also be able to say keys, right? JS keys, map keys, or object keys. Or you either get an array back out, or I think within map it is you get an iterator, and so you have to either put that in a loop or you call next on it. But like there's not as many elegant ways to do that stuff in C++, I feel. All right, it built, so stop, update, and serve. If I did this right, did you hear that pop? That was accumulated sound effects from this window. I don't know if that's true. I think it's just C++ is older. Okay, that's weird. Oh, it's leftover. I need to reload to clear that. There we go. I don't know if it's so much that it's high performance. I think just C++ is older. Because technically what the convenience methods like the keys, it's just syntactic sugar, right? You'd still do the same fundamental thing, which is you're either using the visitor pattern with an iterator or you are making a copy or looping through one of those. Anyway, I should be able to turn that on now and then off. Yay. Okay, cool. So now George is no longer hard coded. That means I can go into the script and add stuff for those other guys. So let's do that. Actually, let me first check in my code. We're going to say we are no longer hard coding the debug tile selection. I didn't need iterator actually. Let's clean that up. Right here. Iterator. I didn't need that line. I needed unordered set though. Because we're collecting the ones that we're no longer subscribed to, and then we're looping through and dropping those. That test was just renamed. This one's a new test. And this is the corresponding JavaScript. Doesn't necessarily go along. How come? Oh, that's new. New file, changed files. Okay. Sure, I'll check them in together. I'll remove hard coding of selected. Actually, no, they don't go together. Let me check the backend files in a second. First, front end. Remove hard coding of selected debug tile collection. So, actually, that's point number 1. We'll come up with a summary in a bit. That's this line. So add debug tile collection selection to Redux state store, I guess. Let's say display available debug tile collections as a list of radio buttons. Selecting one subscribes to the collection. That's basically it. So make debug tile collection selection dynamic. All right, and then these two, I didn't miss anything, right? This is to fix bug with dropping a debug tile subscriptions. Publish a drop, what is it technically? Drop debug tiles message to any camera which was given a debug tile set and debug tile collection, and then drops its subscription. All right. Hey there, Nick. Do you think starting arrays at 1 do anything against off by 1 errors? I think it's arbitrary. So, if anything, I think programmers will get off by 1 errors a lot when they're first learning a language, or if they're going between 2 languages that have different, what's the right word? Different designs about what arrays start at. So like I was getting a lot of off by one errors going between C++ and Lua because C++ starts at 0, Lua starts at 1, and until I kind of got used to that, I was getting a lot of off by one errors. Also, I get a lot of off by one errors whenever I work with a new language. So I think you just end up getting used to it, whatever the decision is, unless you're constantly flipping between the two, or if you're adapting two languages that have different conventions. Conventions, that's the word I was looking for, not designs. So it's a convention, right? It's some arbitrary decision that is now applied as a rule. That's what a convention is, right? Checked it in, and then I was going to do what? Oh, I was going to go into the scripts and actually add more. So we need to enable the script synchronization tool. Python tools scripts Candinal sync realm server source ECS scripts. Connecting to the game. All the scripts are up to date, but not for long. I wonder if I should do this with TDD or not bother. I think since it's debugging, I think tests are not required. That's my decision, and I'm going to stick with it. Okay, so source ECS scripts. Oh, you know what I should just do right off the bat? I should look for the word George here, not here. Where it's actually published. Here it is, and then remove this, right? We should just build this based off of the entity's name, I think. There should not just be an if. Okay, so how to do this? How do I get the entity's name? It's in the tile, right? Well, no, hold on. It might not be in the tile. Let me look at the game here. Let's turn that off for a second. So George, we know it's George because the tile has a nameplate George, right? So let's check if the entity has a tile with a name, and then we'll use that string. If not, if it's like one of these guys, I think what I want to do is check the NPC class. And then in the class, there is a name, I think. Yeah, an N, green slime. And we'll do like green slime and then like number, and then we'll give an entity number. I think that's what I want to do. So we'll say if, well, actually, we need to get the tile, don't we? Ah, shoot. Do I not do this anywhere else in this file? And there it is. I should check to see if the context already has the tile of the NPC. There's no reason why it would, but it might. So let me check. No, there's no tile. Okay, we'll get the tile. Oh, I already lost what I had in the... Shoot. I had it in the clipboard and I lost it. Okay. Let's have like local name. And we'll first try to look up the tile of the entity. NPC entity. If there is one, we'll say if component.n, then name equals component.n. Actually, I don't need that if, because if it's nil, it'll stay nil, right? So if not name, then we'll construct it from their class. If there is a class, NPC, if npc.class, then we need to look up the, what was it? NPC class of it, right? Let me make sure. Did I look this up already? No. We've only looked up the NPC, really. At some point, a position is added, right? Yeah, this requires a position to be added to it. I just don't want to do redundant lookups, is all. PC.class. So with there, the name is... Oh, and I got this wrong, didn't I? That's name. If it's in the tile, it's name. I'm so inconsistent. If it's in the class, it's n. All right. It'll be that. Actually, I want to be very specific. If component dot n, then, because we're going to construct it, right? It's going to be that dot dot number dot dot NPC entity. Then end. And then we'll just say if name. Then store it as the name. Okay, I hit save, so it should have updated this list. Hey, look at that. So they're the search maps for the different slimes. So they don't aggro. You have to be right next to the slime to aggro the slime, basically. That's what that's showing. But George aggro's a much wider range. There we go. Nice, it works. Okay. Now let's add the paths to this. We'll call this one, let's say if, hold on. Let's reuse name. Name equals name dot dot aggro search. So refresh. Oh, the old names are still in there. That's right. I never had code in there to remove the old ones. So the new ones are in there now. Hold on a second. Sorry. Interrupted. Right, so those no longer exist. Oh, and new slimes got added. Right, we're not deleting the old ones. So how long should one of these last? I guess that's the next thing, right? I should also fix my bug. I mean, fix my current task. We are adding debug tile collections to the list. Right, so that list is going to get longer and longer, right? And it won't matter if I reload because they're on the server side. Well, that's interesting. It didn't do an initial refresh like I thought it would. Oh wait, it did and I was too quick. Aha, I see. While it's loading, if I click that, it doesn't load that in until I hit refresh. Actually, I don't care about that. Anyway, these are not going to get collected or cleaned up because that was one of the next things, right? Remove old debug tile collections when they're no longer applicable. Actually, it's on today's plan. I'm not doing this yet. I think we want to do this one first. Timeout collections drop if not updated within a certain amount of time. Yeah, so that means I'll put like some kind of cooldown or timeout for every debug tile collection and auto drop if they get too old. I guess we can have the rendering system do that, right? Sure. It's really not the rendering system's job, though. Whose job would it be? A special system to do it? Seems like it would be more helpful if there's a way to tie the lifetime of a debug tile collection to an entity. I suppose that's another way to do it. I'm thinking forward though to where I might have like search areas that have nothing to do with any entity in particular. We might have a search area for a trap, for example. So if and those actually won't have a timeout, will they? So maybe we want to, when we create it, set a timeout. Or actually, what would be better is we would have it set a function to call to see if it still applies. Like, what if in this I had another argument that was a function given, I don't know, actually doesn't matter. And that function determined whether or not that debug tileset was still valid. And in here it would be, we would just look up the entity again with entity component of type NPC for NPC entity. Local keep false, keep true, return keep. So conceptually, if this function is called every once in a while to see if the debug tileset collection is still valid, it would just see does the entity still exist, right? And alternately, we could just have a function that returns true. That means it's a permanent debug tileset. Or we could have one that's based off of time, right? Hi there, Dominic streaming. I'm well, how are you? It's funny when I read that, and if I flipped the two words, I thought it said, how high are you? And I was going to say, not high at all. But hi, how are you? Makes more sense. How expensive would it be to have a function, and how often would we call it? I guess we wouldn't have to call it very often. What if we just called it at some interval? Actually, this sounds like it'd be a special system to do this, wouldn't it? Can you explain what I'm doing? Sure. If you're new here, I have a 2-minute video just for you, but I'll give you a brief intro. So I'm working on a game. It's a multiplayer game, and I am adding some debug tools to the game. Actually, it's called George Agro Search. This is a debug layer that allows me to show like the green overlay is the area, the tiles that this NPC named George is using to search for enemies. So it doesn't update while he goes back to his home area, but when he starts patrolling again, you can see that the moment one of these slimes intersects with that green area, George goes off and fights them, kills them, and then returns to base. So I want to use this new debug tool for things like demonstrating how the pathfinding is working or not working if there's a bug. Different areas, like I can show, here's the search area for each of these slimes. So they're very nearsighted. They don't see very far. They only see 1 square away. And they're not searching the water because they can't move on top of the water. So I'm working on that. You love the style? Yeah, it's inspired by old games like Ultima 5, one of my favorite games growing up. So it kind of has that vibe. So yeah, today working on this debug layer. Other days I might be working on other parts of the engine, the custom game engine. Mostly the framework is C++, and as I'm working on the game systems, they are in Lua so that I can quickly edit them, like you're seeing me do here. But for whenever I need to speed them up, I'll port them to C++, or I'll just, measure their performance and work on the slowest parts first, that kind of thing. Gonna keep watching me to see how you do it? Okay. I also have all my streams exported to YouTube, and my notebook is public. So if there's something you're interested in seeing me do, you could look up in my notebook on a particular day and then find the matching stream. So like this is all mostly written from scratch. So if you want to see way back when I did like, where was it? Maybe in February. Prototyping Pixie.js based UI elements. So it was after that. Where did I do the prototype for this game? Is that in January or February? Okay, maybe it was in January. I can't find it. What if I just search for Iron Glove? There we go. That's when I profiled it. So it must have been during that week then, right? How come I'm going between... Sorry, I'm a little sidetracked. But anyway, yeah. If you see anything interesting in my notes, like if you wanted to see me profile my game's code between C++ and Lua, you could just find that in YouTube, that particular VOD. So, not to force you to watch all of my stuff. The notebook helps pin down if you wanted to see anything specific. But feel free to ask me any questions. I have like either commands to answer things. I have a few videos, and I also like to talk directly to chat. Right. I was thinking we could have another game system that just evaluates these functions to see. Oh, I'm being rated. Adam, I'm being rated by Adam. A lot of viewers. Welcome. And that's weird. The overlay for the raid kind of screwed up. How was your rest of your stream, Adam? I watched, I guess, the middle section for about an hour. I missed the beginning because you started early, and obviously I missed the end because I was streaming. You have 2 minutes before a meeting. Hey, everyone. EJ, how are you doing? And hey there, Adam. Can't stick around though. Gotta call your wife. Okay. Thank you for the raid. So, hello everybody new. I have a new video just for you. Inspired by Adam, actually, because he has the same thing on his channel. I have a quick intro if you want to see it. It's on YouTube. It's only 2 minutes long. It talks about what I'm doing. So in general, I am working on a multiplayer game. It's kind of like a retro game. It looks like this. Thank you for all the follows. Today and last week also, I've been working on this overlay for debugging. So like George is a friendly NPC. He keeps this area clean in this test environment, right? So for him to determine if there are enemies near, he does a search. And I've always wanted to include this ever since Toulouse suggested it, that I can click this and see, oh, look, these are all the squares that he's looking for enemies in. He can actually see around walls. You can think of him as smelling, maybe, not seeing. So he can smell within 10 squares that there's a slime. If I pick up one of these dudes and plop him there, George says, aha, there's an enemy, let me go chase him. And he doesn't have to, but he does update his search area while he's pursuing. But he stops doing that when he's returning home, and he resumes once he gets home. He's got like a maximum wander range, so when he gets too far down here, he'll snap back over here. And mostly that's so that all the slimes don't get obliterated. Hey there, Endurin. So this is all a custom game engine, so to speak. There are a few libraries that I leverage, like SSL and zlib and the front end of the game obviously is using libraries I did not write. So I use Phaser for the graphics and I use React for the DOM here. It's kind of like a floodfill, Dominic, but it's based off of Dijkstra's algorithm. So there is a cost function. So right now it's simple. The cost of moving one square is always 1. But I could adapt this to say like maybe it costs more to move on these squares. Like let's say, for example, turn that off. I can paint into the game here. Let's say I put some swampland up here, right? I could make it so that it costs more to navigate those blocks. Right now it doesn't cost more, so. But you could conceivably think of it like if it costs 2 or even 3, the numbers would go up by 2 or 3 as he crosses swamp. And so he might try to find a path that avoids the swamp, for example. So I'll have that later on in the game's development. So yeah, it's like a Dijkstra's algorithm, which is sort of a flood fill, but with a cost function added to it. So the other things I wanted to visualize also are when he has to do pathfinding. So I don't have that in there yet. I was just about to add that though. That when George sees an enemy, he'll compute a path to it, and we want to kind of see that. But I had this short detour here. I was noticing that my list is growing increasingly long, and that's because these have an infinite lifetime. And as these slimes get killed and new ones get spawned, it's creating new maps. Like these old ones don't exist anymore, or they aren't being updated anymore. Yeah, some of these don't even exist anymore because they've been destroyed. But I need to clean up the list. So I initially thought maybe we'll clean up old debug tile sets that are a certain age that haven't been updated in a while. And then iGrok recommended, why not just tie them to the entity? And then that made me think, we can just make it custom. We can either tie it to the entity like this, or we could tie it to time. So this is all in Lua, and this allows me to change the game on the fly without recompiling. So I could say like XYZ, and then suddenly, now we have XYZ aggro searches in there. There's the flexibility in having parts of my game logic in Lua in that it instantly updates, but it's also slower, and so there's a trade-off between writing it in Lua is slower but faster, but easier to update, and writing in C++ it makes it faster, but there's more time in building and restarting the server and that kind of thing. I'm glad that this vertical overflow actually worked. There's a nice amortized way to do cleanup of weak point arrays. Every tick, just pick one random index and remove it if it's invalid. Eventually everything will be cleaned up with no single tick. That's interesting. So it would sort of decay, right? I think though what I'd like to do is strongly tie it to the entity's existence though. So I would want to have something like this. In fact, I probably want to make that function reusable. Like, does entity still exist? Does NPC still exist? And just reuse it. Right now, this function doesn't use this function argument. To make it use it, we would have to keep it around and then call it from somewhere else, right? And then I have to think about how would I do this in C++. A little bit more advanced than what I want to do today. What if I just postpone this work and do it based off of time right now? Yeah, I'll keep this in there. There's no reason to remove it. It's just not going to be used. Let's just make it time-based for the moment. Did you have to wrap a C library to communicate with all your Lua scripts? Yeah. It's not a whole library. It's just a class. It is called the script host. So script host includes all the Lua headers and then implements what Lua requires to wrap it in C or C++. So you need to make an allocator. So my allocator just uses the free and realloc. And then you have to provide a reader. So there's some state that you can have, but the reader just turns generic input from wherever you got it to storing it where Lua wants to receive it. So in my case, if the input is just this big chunk string, then we're just reading the entire chunk string in one go, right? And then I have this for convenience for getting stack traces. I think I pulled this from somewhere on the internet, but yeah, this is how you basically do it. You call Lua new state, and then that is now represents the entire interpreter. So it's used in every single call to Lua. You'll see Lua everywhere, right? This is how you load the standard library, and then there's this little trick that I found on the Lua users mailing list about how you can temporarily disable garbage collector to improve the load performance for the standard library. So you stop the GC and then you restart it once you're done loading the standard libs. And then I put my plugins to Lua, so to speak, into these functions. So, for example, this components link Lua allows the Lua scripts to call back into the game engine. So things like chat to publish a chat message to all players, or feedback, which is a generic system to go back to the entity component system and make changes. And then here's the pathfinding, and this is a similar kind of pathfinding, which is more like the flood fill that we were talking about a little bit ago. And then all of these are how you look up other components and entities in the system. And then there's a bunch of things that I've optimized in here. So these used to be all in Lua, and now they're in C++ because they were used either very frequently or they were slower. Porting them to C++ got me a performance improvement. And this is the new system I'm developing. This allows the Lua to store a bunch of debug tiles and then remove them later. And they show up like that. So the Lua is actually updating that data, sending it back to the C++ framework through this function. So yeah, the general way that you have Lua call back into C++ is you make a table somewhere like a global variable called game in my case, and you make it a table, and then in that table you push C functions and you give them names, and then that makes it callable from Lua. The standard protocol for that looks like this. You will have, if it's called like with the colon, that means it's like a method of a class. Really, all that means is that the first argument is supposed to be the user data or the table that that method is in. And then this is how you recover your other arguments. So the key, and then the zone in the case of debug tiles, and then the table itself. So that matches this, right? The name, the zone, the debug tiles, the name, the zone, and the debug tiles. And so you interact with things like tables through this Lua API. And what you return is the number of values you're giving back to Lua. And you always communicate variables between C and Lua through the Lua stack. So you'll be checking things on the stack, or you might be popping things off the stack, or you might be pushing them on the stack. Hey there, Batcraft. And, oh, I didn't say hi to a bunch of people. Spurtman, wasn't there a C++ interpreter based on Clang? I don't know. With the double kappa, it makes me think that that's a joke, but there might be such a thing. And I missed a bunch of other people. Musex. Right, we were talking about how we wrap C in Lua. And Raz. Fancy numbers, yes, very fancy. And playing with scissors, last but not least. Welcoming the Raiders earlier. Does double kappa equal true? It could be. You just try kappa it though. It's like saying just kidding, just kidding. Is that reverse it? Is it Boolean? Anyway, that's how in general you would from C handle a function call from Lua. And then calling Lua from C is also something that I had in that script host. Let's go back to it. Script host, where are you? I guess I was jumping around to, oh, here we go, script host. So to call something from Lua, you first have to load it into the interpreter. So that's what load does. And then pcall is a call with protection, so that if Lua bails for whatever reason, there's an error, instead of stopping the program, which would suck if this is in the server, we don't want the server to stop just because we had a Lua syntax error. It will, instead of stopping, it will just return an error message and tell the result that it wasn't okay. So this is how we collect the error message back. But yeah, the load could fail, so that's what we end up here. Couldn't load. And if we load it okay, then we have to actually call it. And that's invoking the chunk of Lua script as if it was a big block of code. So you can call something you load, or you could load it and then look up things in the interpreter and call them. So I do that down here. I have it wrapped in load, but you don't necessarily need to do that. If you're given a name of something to call, you can just push the name directly on the stack and call pcall. That works too. Thanks, Dominic. Clang is that Clang interpreter? It could be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a Clang interpreter, but that would be a cool name if it was. I'm guessing that you're right. Anyway, that's how we integrate C and Lua. Let me go. What was I doing before? What's my current task? Current task. Adding debug type. Oh yeah, I was going to add to that list. So I wanted to add the pathfinding to the list right now. And next we'll be timing out old collections because it's going to get really crowded soon. So I think it was in path, right? Right, we're storing aggro search results. This whole thing, I think I want to and make a function. Let me do that before this gets too messy. Let me extract this as a function. Maybe utilities? I'll add it to utilities at the end. Or am I keeping this alphabetically updated? Okay, so it's alphabetically sorted. What do I want to name this thing? I don't know, make name for NPC? Function. Make name for NPC, and we're given an NPC entity and an NPC, right? The difference between NPC and NPC entity, really this should be NPC component. If you're a little bit confused about what I mean when I mention things... Oh, somehow I closed OneNote. When I mention things like entity and component, I have this in my notebook, entity component system. So I'll run through it really quick. An entity in my entity component system is really just an identity. It'll just be a number. So for example, George here, his entity is 3330. It's really just used to tie together a group of component data. So each of these component instances is tied to 3330. A component stores a little fragment of information about an entity. It's divided generally by category. So, for example, George has got 6 different categories of information. He's got a position in the game. He's got a tile which just says how to draw him. He's got other things like he's got a dialogue component, so that means you could talk to him. The NPC component is everything about him that makes him an NPC versus something else that's not an NPC, like maybe this square of lava here. Only has a position and a tile, it doesn't have an NPC because it's not an NPC. So yeah, when I say entity, it's usually just a number and it's just an ID tag. And then the component is one sliver or fraction of data about an entity. And if I ever say the word system, usually it's the code that works on these entities and data. And there's a nice separation here. The entity has no data or code. The component is just code and the system is just... the component is just data and the system is just code. So conceptually, the code, they're all free functions. They have to be given an entity or a component and then query the game for other information that it still needs to get and then operates on that data. And the data doesn't imply any kind of identity or code. So for it to have meaning, it has to have an identity, and for it to be useful, you have to use it with code. By itself, though, it's just raw data. It really, literally, did just JSON objects in my framework. It's when code gathers together the data and operates on it that this data comes to life. So George has scripts that take his position and then take the game's facilities and do things like search for enemies. And if it finds an enemy, he'll go into a certain mode where he pursues that enemy. And then there's code to implement combat. So, and this isn't the only way to do ECS. This is just the way I've interpreted it by looking at... I did some research back in January, I think, and looked at various ECS papers and implementations out there. And it's funny, not everyone implements or designs ECS systems and code and data the same way. But this is what I settled on. It made sense and it worked in my prototype. So that's why I picked that for the rest of the game. Yeah, so in some implementations or designs of ECS, the code and data are mingled. So I think I've seen that a lot in Unity. So if you talk about components in Unity, they are classes that have both data and code. So it's more of an object-oriented approach, whereas this is not object-oriented. This is, what did I do there? This is more data-driven. The data is completely separated from the code. So there is no concept of an object, really. The code is free functions. The data has no code. They're completely independent. It's when you mix the two that you generate these concepts of objects, but they're all concepts. They're not strictly required by the ECS. I don't know, Moose. Let's keep it family friendly, though. All right, I wanted to take this code I had here and make it reusable. I think that's all I need, right? NPC entity. Right, that goes here and here, right? So the idea is if the entity has a tile with a nameplate, use the nameplate text. If we still need a name, check if no. Oh, that's interesting. I'm getting a call from my mother-in-law. I'm gonna let that go to voicemail. If we still need a name, check if the NPC is a member of a class of NPCs. If so, take the class name and add the entity number to form a unique name. At the end, we're going to return the name, right? Love Unity and have used it for years, but hate now there is no entity. Oh, I thought it had a component system built in. Is this something you just have to add to it? I don't know much about Unity. I just heard that games written in Unity that have component systems generally are object-oriented. It has a pure ECS system. It's called Dots. I've never seen anyone use it. Huh. My experience is tainted, right? By like not knowing that much about Unity and by watching only certain other Unity developers. So don't trust what I say out of hand. Especially about things I don't know about so much like Unity. Okay, save that. This will tell me if I have any mistakes. No script errors. So I should be able to use that from here. So local name equals that. NPC entity NPC. And I should be able to remove that. And I need to do an import, don't I? Oh, no I don't. That should just work. Yep. Okay. So that's working because George's agri search is being updated as we go. Okay. So, did I also want to pull out this one for now? Actually, I'm just going to keep that where it is. I'll use that later. I think I just want to put in some of the pathfinding that we had. So I'm going to take these 3 lines and let me find where we do a path find. Find path, right? Not from these files. Which one is this? Is this pursuit? Oh, this is if we're guiding the player. Okay, I don't care about that right now. That's the generic find path. Wait, why do I have 2 versions here of the same similar code? Oh, this had a modified max cost. That's what it was. I think I want to do this one. Whenever he returns to base. Where is that? Returning. I think I want to do this pursuit thing. This one. This path. Yeah, let's put it here. Pin that. The only conclusion I reached by looking up different ECSs online is that everyone has a different kind of ECS. There's no one definition. So I just picked a combination of things that made sense for me and tried it out in a prototype. And it worked for me, so I just went with that. What am I doing here? I'm looking at the end, and I'm grabbing this, and I'm storing it here, right? Make name for NPC. Local NPC entity is context NPC entity. So we have those two, so that I can do that. And it's path, not tiles, right? Oh, wait a minute. Debug tiles is separate. That's right. I forgot about that. We actually have to construct it as we're going. Places in cost order. Oh, this is different, isn't it? Path. Path is a bunch of tuples. Okay. So we still need to have this here. And we're still doing an I pairs. But the I pairs is iterating through the path. And we're still doing this. But I can use the index here for the step number. And then the place is just 1 and 2. And then the name, it's not aggro search, it's pursuit path. Save that. Okay, now do we get any paths? I guess we need to have George pursue something to see that. There, now he will pursue something. So let's refresh that. Here it is, pursuit path. There it goes. So now whenever he does a, he's pursuing something, we'll see him do that. So when he starts to pursue that slime, so he's updating his path every move. So obviously one thing I could optimize away is instead of constantly searching for that path again, we could just update it if he gets blocked. Especially if he's pursuing a fixed position. If he's pursuing a target, we might want to make sure that the target didn't move. Like if the target didn't move, we don't need to update our path. But if the target did move, then maybe we need to recompute a path. Hey there, TS Jost. It's doing well. I can now pick different things I want to look at. So I can look at his aggro search, or I can look at his pursuit path. You can actually see the result of him doing pathfinding, which I think is pretty cool. Let's check that in. Actually, these enemies have pursuit paths? So the list is getting really long. The next thing we're going to do is clean up this list. Let's just check this in while we're at it. This is all on the script side, right? I like this as a separate step here. Add utility for making a unique name for an NPC. Because we'll reuse that. I should probably have a unit test for that. Awesome with an A umlaut. That's an umlaut, right? Or what does the circle above the A mean? It's not umlaut. Umlaut's something else. Umlaut is like the little hat or something, right? Okay, this one is for pursuit path. This one was right for so rather than this is not going to be the tile, but rather than hard coding a debug tile collection just for the NPC George, store one for any NPC that is performing an aggro search. So this is make aggro search debugging dynamic. And this one was log NPC pursuit paths. Yeah, because this is reusable, right? Pursuing anything is going to use this. Cool. Hey there, Red Sky 1. Oh, and Teston was chatting a little bit ago, and I missed it. Teston said, brutal. And Joku 7. Is that Joe Cool? Hello. You guys are talking about ECS stuff. DOTS is just another paradigm for making games. Yeah, I don't know what this DOTS stands for. I figured, yeah, Unity is mostly a framework for making games. It doesn't prescribe any one way, right? So you can use Unity however it makes sense to you, right? All right, I think next I want to work on cleaning up. So current task, cleaning up old debug tile collections. So I think I'll do the original plan, which is, what was the original plan? The original plan was timeout, drop after a certain amount of time. But I'll probably migrate to more what iGrok said, either base it off of the lifetime of the entity that it's tied to, or make it just generic, and then we could have any behavior, timeout, or tied to the entity's lifetime, or custom. It's called a ring, an over ring. I like that. The over ring. Over ring. Over ring. I can't say it the way I want to. Okay, so I'm going to work on this for now. Just quick and simple. We're going to time them out. So this is tied to the component system directly. So this is where I want to put it. So ECS components, drop debug tiles after timeout, I guess. So we'll start with some tiles. And then we'll advance the time and discard them, right? Does components know about time? That's a good question. I'm glad you asked that, Raimu. Go to declaration. Don't know. Was there a clock associated with... Oh, there was a clock. We can leverage that, right? Do I have that in the fixture for this? I have a common setup. Do I have a clock here? I do have a clock. I have a mock clock. Yay. All right. So I can have the mock clock advance a certain amount of time. How do we tell the components what the timeout would be, though? Maybe just hard code it for now? How long should it last? Something like, let's just say 10 seconds. So store it, and then the act would be the mock clock times... Oh, that's right. It's handled a little bit differently. I guess it's fine. We can just set it now. Push back 10 seconds and a little bit plus 10 seconds, and then tell the systems to update. Wait a minute. Something's gonna call it. I think we'll invent another method. Components drop old debug tiles. Let's not use the word old. Let's use like drop. How about I want to use drop because there's still drop debug tiles, but it's like drop obsolete debug tiles, maybe? Sure. You have over rings on all your characters now. The second you put that into your chat, your audio went all crazy. Huh. The over ring has affected your audio. Expired. But I'm looking ahead to where I want the expiration not to be time-based necessarily, but logic. Like it could be tied to the entity. I guess expired still applies, right? Expired doesn't imply time necessarily. I like that, iGrok. Another point for iGrok. You have it carved into your chest. Elbereth. Okay, expired. Right, and so the same thing as before, it should expect that it no longer exists. So I need to have that as a... Let's make that an internal method. Can I do that? I can't. Okay, we'll just make that an external method. So components, include ECS components. There we go. Sure. Oh, I don't have a comment here. Let's fix that before I forget again. Okay, this was the visitor pattern for getting an entity component of type. So call the given function. Call the given function with the component of the given type associated with the given entity. Sorry, I'm a little sidetracked. I just noticed that this was not filled in. This, actually, I can just copy all this. It doesn't return anything. It just has an extra argument. Visitor. This is the function to call with this stuff. Alright, and then back to this. I need to add this somewhere here. I have a lot of functions in the ECS. Alright, it's not a testing only method. Yes, it goes here, I guess. So void that. Drop any debug tile collections which have expired. And it'll leave that purposefully vague because definition of expiration will be an internal thing. So we're going to go to where that is defined and add this new one here. Class scope. Locking the mutex. Actually, we're going to do this, actually. We're going to go through and find any that are old. And we're not going to insert them, right? I'm going to probably want to iterate this. So like auto that equals this dot begin. And then while that is not equal to the end, then if expired, else we'll figure out what expired is. Let's just put something here to begin with. If expired, then that equals this dot erase that. Else plus plus on that. All right, and then that's good to make it compile. So we're going to build it. Oh, I missed a whole bunch of questions. What does arrow mean? Yeah, it's just like TS Jaw said. It's a shortcut for doing two things. First dereference, then look up a field. So you're not calling a function there. A function call is usually when you have the parentheses after a name. That's a function call. When you have the when that example we were just looking at, right? Foo bar. The syntax of C++ is a little bit funny, but in general, when you see parentheses before something or outside of something, it's not a call. It's just a grouping. So it means to do that first, right? Which is dereference foo. Then with the result of dereferencing foo, you look up the bar field. So the order of that is do is 1 foo and then 2 dot bar. So this goes foo goes to what foo is pointing to. And this is going from what foo is pointing to the bar inside of what foo is pointing to. So that's literally how you could read that. How often do you use the goes to operator? I didn't even know that existed. Goes to? There's an operator of that? I had no idea. Is this new to C++? C++ goes to operator. When was it added? Hidden features and dark corners of C++ STL. It's not on operators. In fact, two separate operators, minus, minus, and greater than. Okay. All right. That deserves 50 points, whoever got that. I don't think I would ever use that because it is misleading. People will think it's an operator, and the fact that it's two things combined to one, I don't like that. Nope, never will use it. TS Just, that's too dark magic for me. I'm a white magic user, not a dark magic user, or not a black magic user. You think it's nifty? I mean, it's not for everybody. I think I try to avoid things that are confusing. Actually, that's not true. I should try to avoid things that are confusing, and so something like that where you're doing two things in one and kind of obscuring what you're actually doing. I don't think I would pick that up because it sounds to me like a bad habit, but that's just me. Not supposed to be used, it's just fun to confuse people. We'll be a red magic user. Only doing it in Rust, I guess. Alright. That will run but fail because it didn't time it out. Badum. There we go. Sorry, we don't have the sound thing here. You'll have to save that for Tim Bidet. By the way, I'll give a shout out to Tim. He might actually be streaming right now, or if not, he's streaming later. TS Jost is like Tim Bidet's #1 moderator, right? That's right, Bodette. Vince, I've said it so wrong so many times now. I missay it a lot. Tim Bodette. I'm just checking my phone. So I got a call but no voicemail, which was weird. When my mother-in-law calls and does not leave a voicemail, does that mean something bad or something good? Hey there, Nui. All right, so I'm going to make this test run. So that's implementing this drop expired. So that was just a placeholder. What we really want to do is check if the time is too long, right? And this is just temporary code. So I'm just going to hack in that it's 10 seconds. We will just need this collection to include a timestamp. I think I'm just going to put it in here. Yeah, we're going to put it right here. So it's going to go here. Last update time. This is the This is the time according to the real-time clock when this collection was last updated, last stored, or updated. Sure, say both. Okay, and then if that is there, then we can say expired. This is const, by the way. Is that the following condition is true if, like, we should sample this once, right? Const auto now is impl clock, real-time clock? What did I call it? Where did I put the clock? Script host. Oh, I'm not storing it myself? Okay, well, we can store it ourselves. Let's store it here. And I'm going to totally cheat and look up clock from here and just copy the comment. Is it not in here? Set clock. Oh, it's deferred even to moon clock. Okay. Not exactly what I want. We'll just say this object is used to measure real time. All right, and then we have to store it here. And so then we can use it down here. Current time. Expired is if now is greater than or equal to entry second last update time plus 10. I know it's hard coded. That's okay because this is very temporary. I just want to have something to clean up the list right now. We'll do the more effective thing would be that we ask the collection if it's expired, and the collection would have some ability to, with dependency injection, provide a function that determines if it's expired or not based off of the current time and other information. Right? Right now it's just going to be the hard-coded amount of time. Where is the test? Here it is. Run it. Passes. Oh, wait. Hold on. That's not good. Let's assume that it looks up the time. A couple times. Right. It should look it up once when we store it. The way I had this set up, it's like a recipe for what to return based off of with each call. So the first call would be, let's make it non-zero. 2. So that's when tiles are stored. And then let's have it like a little bit before 10 seconds. So 11.99. When first call to drop expired, and then we'll have a second call just beyond 10 seconds. Something not important. I missed something. The subscript operator is just shorthand for pointer arithmetics. Well, hold on, TS Josh. Not necessarily. It depends. If the sum array is an object that overloads the operator, the index operator, then it's not just a pointer arithmetic. So like this, if you define an overloaded index operator, then it's not doing pointer arithmetic. It's doing whatever you wanted it to do. Okay, C, yeah. C++, you can overload it, and C you cannot. Yes, that is true. That is true. Yeah. Because that's what makes C++ better than C. C, senor. I can't use pushback, but I can say equals. And then we're going to want to call it twice, right? And we're going to record these twice. So collections after first expire call equals that. And then this is second. And that should say auto in front. That should make a copy. Right. If you give a name to a constant reference like that, it makes a copy. So we can say we expect it to be empty the second time, but not the first time. And so that's not equal. There we go. Now it's going to fail horribly. I believe it will expire after the very first one. No, it didn't. Oh, because okay, so if we just add a 1 here, it'll break it. Just need to make the test more challenging to find the bug. There's a bug in that we didn't actually record the update time. Hey, Tuabun. Tripping over my words. I can't speak. Did you know that? Hola, tieres. Is tieres? What is tieres again? Scissors? Or am I saying that right? Wrong. Tieres. It's strong. I didn't take Spanish. I took French. My kids should know more Spanish than I do. Okay, to fix this, this is not actually stored, so we need to store that in here, right here. So this needs to include a time. So we will get the time right now. Const auto now is clock get current time, and then now gets inserted here, and it gets updated here. Which means that the constructor for this thing needs to be updated. This thing. So this needs to take a last update time here. The member-wise constructor. And that's getting too long, so we're going to do that. Member-wise constructor. And I do this member-wise constructor explicitly because I had trouble on Linux on GCC. I thought that this would be automatic, and for some reason it wasn't. Or I'm doing something wrong. Either way, I don't mind just adding it. Like an angry cat yelling, "Get out of my face." Pronounce J like you're like that. Tijeras. Why am I using pointer references to objects for some function arguments? Pointer references to objects for some function arguments. That's better? I see. Hey there, Jemmett. I'm trying to understand the context. And I forgot to say hi to Moscow. So, pointer references to objects for some function arguments. I'm not sure what you mean. But because of the stream delay, we might have been looking at one of these. Or insight of this, maybe? Oh, do you mean we might be looking at the Lewis stuff. Like, for example, this is a free function, so it has to recover the game as a pointer. So we're going to end up doing that. Where else might we have seen it? Right here. This is a member variable. It's shared with other classes in the system, so we're using a shared pointer. But none of the arguments should have been pointers. That of the functions I was looking at, they're all values or references. We might have been looking. Were we looking at this? No, it's just there, right? There's nothing in the constructor that was using a pointer. This takes advantage of that's passed by value, so it gets a copy and we move it in. Still, yeah. I'm not seeing where the pointer to the function was, but I don't say you're wrong. I just not. I don't know what we're talking about. Just assume they're. Oh, right. Yeah. I don't have this convention. I used to have this convention where you do underscore to remind myself that it's a member. And sometimes I'll still put an underscore after it if it's a private member. But these days I've kind of dropped that because a lot of time if you're not sure where it is, you can just control click it. And I'm like, oh, okay. It's a member of the class that we're in, right? And if I click on zone, it's like, oh no, zone is there. So I leverage my editor a lot to remind myself where things are, rather than having a naming convention. May or may not be a good thing. If I was working in a team, the team might want me to call it M underscore, just as a visual cue that it's a member of the class, right? Or you could always do this. I've seen people do that just to emphasize that it's a member of the class. Because the compiler tosses that away, right? That's a no-op, basically. It's implied by making a reference to the name, and it finds where the identifier is and says, yeah, that's a member. Just a similar way to how the IntelliSense finds it when I control click it. All right, so there are a couple places where I use that explicit constructor here, right? So we need a time here. Probably a few more. Yep. 0.0. All of these tests, the time doesn't really matter. Is that it? Okay, so back to the end test here. Run it again. Cool. All right, so let me run all the tests to make sure nothing broke. Those all run. Cool, so let's try it out on the real server. Stop. Oh, before I run it, I gotta make the release build. There we go. So yeah, Jummit, when you're first starting, it might make sense, just so you don't get confused, to have some kind of naming convention, like I was showing M underscore is one popular way, to make the names stand out as whether there are function arguments or that they are members of the class that the function belongs to. Or you could do the this arrow, whatever way works for you. That will help you keep them separate in your mind, and while you're reading the code, it'll be a reminder of, oh yeah, that's an argument, or it's a member of the class. So there, you keep them separate. For me, it's fallen away because, like I said, the editor figures it out for me, and if there's a problem, it wouldn't compile, and then I would figure out, be like, oh yeah, that I need to pass that as an argument, or I don't have to pass it because it's in the class. I didn't expect this to recompile so much. Okay, while it's compiling, let me plan what I'm gonna do next. Are you coming up with names? Bad name generation in my brain, I guess. Well, Raimu actually has an origin. That was randomly generated by World of Warcraft. Omniarania was, do I have a command for that, or is that just in my notebook? It's Latin for all realms, and all realms is one of the concepts I wanted to have in the game, which is that there would be different worlds in the game with radical UI changes between them. And then a Kandinal, just something I made up off the top of my head. I'm not very good with randomly generating names, to tell you the truth. Your name is also random? Oh yeah, random number. I don't know. I always thought about, what does that 715209 mean, And then the number part of my name also has a command. It's just a random number that Discord gave me. And I'm like, I'll just use the same number because Discord already gave it to me. Okay, I'll start thinking about this while that stuff is compiling. When we get the list back, we want to include the one we have selected even if the server drops it. So that's a front-end change. Okay, this is done. Okay. So that front-end change to not remove the selected one, I need to think about how to do that. Update and serve. And this list should be a lot cleaner now. Randomness all around, yep. Should I make a quote? Add com 715209 according to 715209. Hold on. As stated on 2019-11-25. There we go. There, I made it a command. His name is also random. Okay, cool. So now we're not cleaning this on start. I just realized that's going to persist until I click something else, right? Actually, it's gonna persist forever. That I need to. That's a leak. I need to clean that up. That's a front end leak. All right. So as he kills those enemies, after 10 seconds, that should drop off the list. I'm having it manually refresh. I could probably use an effect hook to have this automatic, right? Oh, wait, I'm not calling it in the real game. I made the function, but I never call it. Okay, I forgot about that step. All right. What should call it? What calls the component system regularly? You just have the executor do it. Where's the executor? It's got like a worker, right? Actually, it's update systems. Where is that? It's not in the executor, is it? Update systems. Oh, it's invoke systems. Yeah. Right here on this update. So I can just put it in here for now. Hold on. Where is it again? Components arrow. Components. Drop expired debug tiles. There we go. I'm not going to bother writing a test for that one line. Stop and update and serve again. The name Jummit was originally a name for a game. After the name kind of stuck and became his online name. Nice. Oh, wait a minute. You guys are now repeating my command and saying it for yourselves, huh? That's okay. What is it? What's the saying? I can't remember what it is. Something like repeating is the best form of flattery or something like that. All right. Imitation is the best form of flattery. There you go. The iGrok is like my backup memory unit. Okay, cool. So a couple of those slimes cease to exist, right? So after about 10 seconds, their stuff should drop off the aggro list. I mean, drop off the debugging list. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Aha, and the pursuit path ceased to exist. Right, so that's the bug I was thinking about. That the thing we selected does drop, but it doesn't get removed from our list. So now there's a pursuit path. It'll drop off the list after 10 seconds, but if it didn't drop off, we're still subscribed to it. So if I place an enemy within range, it does pop back in, and then this will, when I refresh, actually it auto refreshed, it showed it. Okay, good. All right. So I have a few bugs to fix, but I need to take a bio break. So I'll be right back in a few minutes, okay? Be right back. Hello, I'm back. I should have probably just left this up the whole time. Watch people get fascinated by George pursuing different things. I'm trying to think, should I automate this refresh or not? Let's have these guys get killed by placing them within kill range. Whoops. So what I should see happen here is these should eventually just start dropping off. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting a text. Okay. Hey there, Crumpet. You're back. You've been gone for 2 hours. How are things going? Going pretty well. So we have a list now. I can either show you the path that George is taking to find enemies, or I can show you his aggro search range. So there he's pathing back to his home base. See how he stops before he gets to the end? I have him stop pursuit if he gets within 7 squares of his home. Yeah, so and I have it automatically dropping them if they're over 10 seconds old too. So that's why that path persisted for about 10 seconds and then disappeared. You hauled yourself across Sacramento to go check out an apartment? Nice. That's cool. I hope you find something that you like. Thank you for that follow, by the way. Hey there, Diddy. Hope I'm saying your name all right. I'm not pronouncing the whole name because I don't exactly know how to say it. No more Snorlax soon, huh? What was the Snorlax again? I forgot. Can you code in Python or PHP? I can do Python, yeah. Not PHP, though. Well, although one of my moderators is really good at PHP, I know next to nothing about it. What I've been using Python for in my stream is mostly automation tools. So, for example, this tool that's running here, that's updating the scripts in my game, if it's connected, it's updating them as I change them live. So if I go to one of my scripts here and just change something, like put an X here or something, then it'll say, oh, it changed, so I need to update it. And then that goes into the server so that now there should be an X. I need to actually have him pursue someone. There we go. So now there's an X in it. And I could show you that what that looks like. Scripts.py. So this is Python. This is how I read a JSON file in Python. I like Python for automation tools because it feels natural for a script. I don't need all the complicated syntax like classes and stuff. A lot of times it's just open this file, get this stuff out, print it, do some other stuff. Where it gets a little complicated with the automation tools I have been writing is I've been using async a lot. So this context, for example, is a shared thing. How is this written, actually? Pin that. Right, this context has a run. Hold on. I'm getting a little lost in my own code here. What does run do again? Wait a minute. It has a run. Where's run? Def run. That's not the right... It is. It is within context, right. Right, this common thing is a common... sorry, I'm getting lost. What it comes down to is a lot of my automation tools use async IO. and that's because I'm using this WebSockets library, which is asynchronous. So you have to do async with a connection to get a WebSocket, and then you receive messages using async for. So I had to wrap a lot of my scripts that work with WebSockets up into asynchronous stuff. So there's async run some kind of script. And because I have now I have 4 different scripts that all use the same WebSockets, I extracted all the common parts to a common Python file to do it. And then all the things that are distinct about the script have to add their own stuff into it. So it gets a little bit complicated. And I'm very new to this asynchronous stuff, so I might not have written it very well, but yeah. How many mods you employ and pay? I don't employ or pay anybody. Sorry. No, I'm a one-man show as far as the stream game. I have moderators in the channel, but as far as I know, moderators don't generally get paid on Twitch. Maybe should I pay you? I could pay you with pizza playing with scissors. You just come by my house, I'll get you a free pizza. How about that? You always use Shell or Lua for automation? I mean, it's all a matter of what you're comfortable with. So I use Python for automation. I use Lua for scripting, use C, C++ for the backbone of the server, and I use JavaScript in the web browser. That's just what I'm comfortable with. I'm not sure what you're asking, Aditi. But moderators in Twitch are just folks that want to help out and moderate in the channel, but they don't get paid. Are you saying that you're going to hire some moderators, Crumpet? Are you going to stream again? Can't redeem those points for cash? What are you doing? Anyway, I think what I wanted to do next was if we have something selected, like I get him to have a pursuit path, I want it to remain on the list even if I refresh it, it's not there anymore. So let me fix what I did here, remove that X. And so this is all in React, right? I want to make it, or in Redux, I want to make it so that the selected one remains on the list. Because right now, if I refresh it, it disappears, and then we have this problem where none of the radio buttons are selected until it exists again, and then it suddenly shows up, right? And I remove the X so it won't show up again. So let me fix this. In the this would be in the admin reducer, right? Right. So if we have a selected key when in reflect debug tile collections, we should keep it in the list, right? So we can say this. Let keys equal, and then we'll just make a copy essentially of all those keys. And then we'll say, it's gonna change the order. Do I care? I guess I can just sort them again. Yeah, let's have it sorted out automatically. So we'll say, is it find? Or any? I can't remember this stuff. Is it any that I want? No, or is it some? Some, right? If not some key, right, callback function given a value, key. Actually, this is only necessary if this exists, right? If state dot that, if state dot selected key. If not key some key where key equals the selected key, then we need to add it, right? So keys dot push that. And then I want to sort it, don't I? How do you sort in JS? Is it just sort? It does it in place, right? So I can just say keys dot sort. All right, I think that's all I need to do. So now the idea is I will get him to do a pathfind. Actually, a pathfind just put him way out of range. Now there should be a pursuit path. And then we'll go to where he doesn't have the path anymore, and then I'll hit refresh, and it should not remove it from the list because I have it selected. Okay. George, you're not helping me. You're updating your pursuit path by pursuing enemies. Have yours with pineapple and anchovies. Ugh. When you have a place with something resembling privacy, last part is canceling the dorms. You couldn't get any privacy in the dorms? I remember that sort of. You have a roommate, and then sometimes people just wander in looking for your roommate. Okay, it didn't work. It removed it from the list even though it shouldn't. So what did I do wrong? Oh, I didn't use keys. Duh. 3 roommates. So when I was a freshman in college, I had 1 roommate, but then they took like 3 rooms and made a part of a suite. So you would have suite mates. So I have 1 roommate and 4 suite mates. So I suppose it's a similar thing, right? If the dorm room is larger, then you just put them all together in the same room, I guess. Okay, so you need to pursue something. I'll put you way over here so that you'll pursue home. Then I'll select the pursuit path. He's gonna go fight those slimes, isn't he? Yep, almost immediately. Kill them! Kill them all! Now I gotta wait 10 seconds again. Okay, these guys are not cooperating. Can I just put them far away? Or maybe I should just be moving George. Let's move George over to here so he won't see those slimes. What I want to see is within 10 seconds. When I hit refresh, okay, cool. So we never lose that since we have it selected, but if I were to drop it, it drops off the list. Perfect. That's what I wanted. So we get it back there. Nice. You're like anchovies. Aha. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, after the first year in the dorms, all of us left, and we, of course, got an apartment. So back to having apartment. What do you call them? I guess they're technically roommates, but they're not in the same room. They're just going on a rampage. He does that sometimes. Well, why did you want it on your pineapple pizza then? Playing with scissors? Are you just trying to trigger people? So the path doesn't exist anymore, but we still have it selected. The idea is that we might want to watch to see if he gets a path, which should work right now, right? If I put any enemy within range, then the path shows up. Cool. All right. I think we're done with this. We're going to check it in. I did 2 things and I didn't check in the first thing, didn't I? Right. We have... debug tile collections expire after 10 seconds right now. So automatically expire debug tile collections after 10 seconds. This one is keep selected debug tile collection in list, even if gone. All right, cool. Oh, one thing I'm probably getting an error about. Let me check. I bet I'm getting something about this key not having a key. No? Interesting. So what is that key? Is this not going to be able to show me? Okay. How come I can't see that? Do I need to... That's an element to inspect. How come this doesn't work? Is this just broken? I can't pick anything here? Anchor, maybe. Anchor on the right. This just doesn't work now. There's the chat. There's... Yeah, it's just not finding any of these things, these images. It's not... Oh no, there's a debugging panel. I see. It can't find stuff inside the debug panel. Why can't it see things inside of the debug panel? It can't delve more into that. Why not? It's because it's not. It doesn't show DOM elements inside of the components anymore, or never did, and I'm just dumb. Possible. So how do I see? Do I just need to look at it with the elements view? Used to be I thought that you could see a mixture of this and the React stuff. Yeah, so this one is not actually not a list item. That's a problem, right? And these list items, they're not showing the keys because I can't see into that for some reason. I wonder if it's part of the setup here. What does this mean? Let's not hide components. That did it. For some reason it was hiding stuff. Okay, there we go. Now I can see the list items. Oh, we don't need tabs. Okay, I need to find it again. Thank you for those follows, by the way. There they are. Right. I wanted to make sure that these. I thought that this would give me an error about it not having a key, but it is not even a list item. So let's fix that. That is in debugging panel. It's because I didn't even put that into a list item with a key, so we'll make it unique. All the other keys are what? Okay, we'll have to put a prefix under those other keys. So we'll make this one none. And then in here, we'll have the key be manufactured. Key dash key. Why not? Just has to be not none. Back to here. Pick that. Key none. There we go. Nice. Wait a minute. A slime had a pursuit path? Oh. It got out of range. And it had to go home. Like, that guy should have a... Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, when these guys wander too far away... Okay, they're not usually needing to wander back home because usually George is up there killing them, but George is way down there now. Interesting. So if I put George way the heck over here, he's going to pursue home now, right? Yep. He's like, I need to get home. What happens if I put George way the heck over here? Now he's just lost, I think. Hold on. What's his aggro search? Oh, he can't find his home, so he just randomly wanders around. I remember doing that. I remember that. If I put him way over here, though, he will pursue home. no matter how far away he is. But way over here, and he's now 34 squares away. George can walk on lava, sure. He's got lava protecting boots, right? It's more like the lava doesn't actually do anything yet. Yeah, so within 7 squares of home, he just kind of stops. Let's put him up here. Okay. So this is a fix none selection for debug tiles. The none selection wasn't in a li element. Well, thank you for that follow. I'm actually almost at the end of the planned work for today. And I bet I haven't been keeping the current task up to date. Oh, that's not too far out of date. What's the next thing? Okay, I forgot to say that current task was this before I actually did it. Okay. So I guess I am at the end of the work. Unless yeah, I think that's what I want to do. I want to go back to this and remove the hard-coded 10 seconds and make it programmable. So let's say the current task is enabling custom debug tile collection. What's the word we were using? Expiration. That's probably too long. Let's put debug on this side. That looks better to me. Okay. So the idea was, instead of having it hard-coded to timeout at 10 seconds, that I could have a function that we call, the function that we provide to store debug tiles. So this one was providing a function saying, as long as that entity exists, keep it around. I'm thinking, do I really want this? I guess. Right. I guess the way we test it is we kill some slimes and that their aggro search should disappear. Even after we remove the 10-second timeout thing. So let me think about this. To change the unit test I had. ECS test. No, component test, right? Drop debug tiles after timeout. Should be changed to like drop debug tiles after expiration. And expiration needs to be something we can include in this function call. Maybe the default expiration would be a 10-second timeout. Then we can keep this, yeah, then we can keep this test. Yeah, sure. So we're just extending it then to have a non-default. Drop debug tiles after custom expiration. And this is unscripted, right? So it doesn't matter about the time, so we don't need that anymore. Instead, we're going to have a function here. Let's have something to capture there, and then we'll have a capture. The capture will not need arguments, right? It'll just say return expired. Actually, that's super easy. I can make it part of one line. There we go. And then we would just set it here. Expired is true. There we go. And then I just need to enable a function object as... This isn't a free function object, is it? It's just a standard function. Yeah, so a standard function optional argument to that is what I want. And that's the external interface. So that would be this one. The standard function that doesn't take a... No, it has to return something. A bool. Should I give a name to that? Sure. Debug tile expiration check. Or expiration delegate. I like the word delegate. It sounds cool. Really, it's just a cool name for a function. So, expiration delegate equals, and then a default. What I said? I guess we just use null pointer, and then we just encode it directly into this. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll have this one generate a function object if the given one is null. Okay. This is an optional delegate to call regularly to determine whether or not the debug tile collection has expired. If none is provided, a default time-based expiration strategy is used. So this is the strategy pattern. I think that's the name of it. Hey there, Zerathorn. How are you doing? Keep thinking of political delegates when you say delegate. It mostly comes from when I was working with C#. Delegate actually is a keyword, and it really just means a function that you can call back or call. Usually it's used with events and stuff like that. It's just a fancy word for a function object or a function that you can set dynamically. In C, it would just be a pointer to a function. Okay, so I need to define what that means. So my type definitions are all the way at the top, right? I don't have any here. Why not? Oh, we're in the wrong place again. We're in the internal. Yeah, we should probably put it in both. How did I end up here and I wanted to go to the external interface? I want to go here. Oh, because I clicked on the wrong one. Yeah, I should have clicked on this one. There we go. Well, we'll put it in both places. And thank you for that follow. So in the external interface, we have a whole bunch of subtypes. So we'll just put it at the end here with the rest of them. Using, that is a standard function that returns a Boolean, right? This is the type of function provided when a debug tile collection is stored. To be... Actually, do I even need that? I'll just say this is the type of function to be called to determine whether or not... whether or not... I'm just not... If I don't sit straight, then my typing is all screwed up. This is the type of function we call to determine whether or not a debug tile collection has expired. An indication of whether or not it's expired is returned. Feel like a lot of these comments are boilerplate. That's fine. Okay, so then there's a default. So then when we define it, we need to repeat that. And then this is just going to pass through. Okay, so far so good. And well, this should build now, right? it just won't pass my test because it's not actually using the delegate. No, it didn't build. Why not? Now cannot be used before it's initialized. What? What? Wait a minute. Rendering.cpp. Oh, I forgot the other place where we use the delegate. Okay. Okay, that you'll get if you're if it happens to be trying to link right when Test Explorer is refreshing. I thought that only happened when I had Test Explorer open, but I guess it happens other times too. And where? Okay, there it is. Sometimes, oh, that pops up because I opened a Python file, right? Let's close some of my Python files. All the Python files are closed, but that still shows Python. I guess I can't get rid of it. All right, anyway, run the test. It will fail, but the other tests in that suite should still work, right? Just the new one that's failing. Okay, cool. So we need to change the code to actually use the delegate. And we'll do this in a crafty way so that it doesn't break the old tests. So right now, it's including a timeout and storing it there. I have it in mind to remove that and instead calculate the construct a delegate on the fly if it's null. So that means I'm going to remove the timeout from here, or the last change time. We're going to remove that, right? Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I think I might need that. No, I don't need it. I can totally capture that. Right? Yeah, I don't need that. Let's pull that out completely. So we're removing it from all the places, right? So instead we'll include it in the capture. So removing now, removing that. There's a couple places that will break. Let me fix those right now. So right here. Shouldn't have hit build, I should have just hit F8. F8 again. Right, so here we're going to call the delegate. Oh, that means I need to have the delegate in place of the other one. Yeah, okay. Got it. All right. Let me go back then to here. We're going to put the delegate here. So debug. Is this still building? Is that why? Debug tile expiration delegate. Default that. I'm pretty sure I don't need to do the equal null pointer, but I'll do it anyway. This is the function to actually. Why am I typing that when I can just copy from here? This is the function to call to determine whether or not the debug tile collection has expired. There we go. And then, should I include it in that? What if I include it but with a default? That'll work, right? I should have been doing that before so I didn't break all those other places where it's used. So, there. Technically I can move it, so I will. Oh, it doesn't really matter. Okay, why is it not building? Oh, I think it's because the delegate's not declared until after this line. So that's way down here, right? No. Right here. I need to move this up. Pretty sure that has to go before that. And I might need to include functional to get function. No, I already have a functional included. Okay, what's the problem then? Last up. Okay, that's used still. Right here, right. Okay. So this I need to move now. Let me just take that out for a second. Actually, I don't need to take it out. I can just call its delegate, right? Second dot expiration delegate. There we go. And that in fact, that can be auto. Or we can actually just build this in. No, that's more clear. That way we know, for reading this, that this returns a flag whether or not it's expired or not. Yeah, I like that. I didn't erase that, I just commented it out because I'm going to copy that to become the default expiration delegate. It just moves, it moves from here to where it was constructed. So moves to where we're constructing it. Where is that? Hold on. Yeah, I guess it would be in here, right? Yeah, here. So it's if expiration delegate is null, we're going to have to make a new one, right? So then expiration delegate is capturing everything, paste that in there, and then I guess we'll just return this. So then the now moves into here. And then this last update time should just be update time or store time. Actually, let's just call it expiration time. And then we'll just construct it outside the closure. So const auto, that equals get, actually we'll just repeat the now thing again. Now plus 10. There we go. So this is going to end up capturing the expiration time because it's used there. It's also going to capture clock, which is fine, I think. I wonder if I need to should be explicit about that. It should, yeah, it should, because it's really capturing this when I use that. Do I want to capture this? It's okay because itself, it's not going to live longer than itself, so it's fine. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Do you know what I'm trying to say about that 10.0? That it's a constant? Yeah, but it's just a default behavior. Do I want to make it a constant? I guess it should just be. It's not a magic number, right? Default debug tile collection expiration time. Expiration seconds. Sure. Anonymous namespace it is. Const expir double that is 10. If the default expiration delegate is used when storing a debug tile collection, the collection will expire if it's not stored again, or not updated. If it's not updated within this number of seconds. There we go. That's all I need to say. Now, playing with scissors is happy. Actually, that's a good thing to do. So when someone reads that, it's like, okay, there's a default. The trick here is that this is capturing the instance, and so it has access to the clock And it's also capturing what we calculated here for not here, but right here, what we calculated for the expiration time, and it's using it there. And that should allow me to use a custom delegate, but then the default would just use the time-based approach. You could capture by value instead of reference for that lambda. That's what I was thinking, but it doesn't really matter because this delegate is just being stored into a collection that's within the class anyway, so the lifetimes are coupled already. So it doesn't really matter, right? This is just going to get it's going to capture a copy of the time, and it's going to capture a copy of the this pointer. Yeah, but it's just a double, right? So it's going to, this is going to be a capture by value, right? Not by reference. It'll copy a reference to the stack pointer. Are you sure? Are you sure it won't just copy the value? The IntelliSense is trying to tell me that it's not a reference, that it's a value. But you're saying that it's a reference. I guess when in doubt, be explicit, right? There we go. If I want to even be more restrictive, I can just I can make a copy of the clock. Yeah, how would we know for sure? Actually, we would know for sure by the fact that it crashes, right? It should go to the stack and the time should be all whacked out, right? Well, we wouldn't know absolutely for sure. I guess we could look at the address of it. Let's put a breakpoint there, and we'll look at the address of expiration time while we debug. Yeah, why not just find out, right? And then maybe I'll look it up in the manual to see what it says. Store debug. So we want the timeout one, right? After timeout, this one, debug. Okay, so what is in the watch the address of expiration time? Okay, so it's that value. Everybody memorize that. I can't even copy to clipboard. It's sort of pathetic. Anyway, it's CEF9DD, and then hit go. And that's weird. Why did it end up there? Hold on. Wait, where are we? Did we crash? Oh, because it's null. Okay, I didn't do that correctly. Oh, I didn't store it. That's why. Okay, that's buggy. We actually need to store it in the store. We need to store it here. Right here. Expiration delegate. That also means that we could change it every time too. Which makes sense because you'd want to refresh it with a new capture, right? With a new time. Okay, trying again. Debug. All right, now it's D7BEF. And it crashed again, I think. No, it didn't crash. No, we're inside there now. Oh, I had to hit step. Right, because it's ambiguous if we're breaking when it was constructed or when it's called. I think you're right. So iGrok wins. Because now this is all... Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Is it just confused here? Because the now got constructed correctly. No, it's not. iGrok's correct. So it's reading, it's doing by reference. To confirm that, we will be explicit about it. Expiration time and this. And debug again. And I shall award iGrok some points. Okay, so there it's defined, and then go again. And that's a different address, right? Let me see that again. Yeah, different address. Cool. All right. Thank you, iGrok, as usual. You know better than I do. To be sure that I understand this, that drive it home, let me look it up. Where would we find this? Uh, Lambda expressions. We need to look up what a capture can be. I would think that there'd be a section talking about that kind of cap. Oh, here it is, capture. Implicitly capture the used automatic variables by reference. So there we go. You have to capture default, so you can have a default and then you can have a subsequent capture if you want, looks like. So I could also use equals, right? By copy. Yeah, maybe I'll do that just to exercise my brain, to train me into thinking that will capture it by value, which is fine because it's really capturing this by value and this is a pointer, right? So that's fine because the lifetime of this delegate doesn't exceed to this anyway. And yeah, so that should work too. Although it looks kind of weird when it's near the other equals to me. All right. Debug. So then I hit go. And it didn't work, I think. Oh no, I just have to hit F10. There we go. Yeah, it works. So do I get a different address? Yes. It didn't pass the test though. Which is weird. Oh. Wait a minute. It dropped it right away. Why? Is it capturing now instead of making a new one? Let's see. Right, so that should return expired, right? True. Oh, hold on. How did the now didn't get recomputed then? I don't think the now got recomputed. If I go into that. Oh, it got called too many times. Hold on. Why would it be called a third time? Wait a second. I think my test is just, there's something wrong with my test. It returned that right away. Oh, wait a minute. I should just see how many times this thing is called. So go to there and then restart the test. So it's called when we store it, sure. And then it's called again on the first drop. Oh, because I had that dangling now. Okay, that's the problem. It had an extra sample of the clock when it didn't need it. There we go. Hey there, wanted. And a guns lag. Hold on a sec. Oh well. I can't delete my own message. I see. All right. Why don't they have that in Twitch where like I can't take back my wave now? I guess I could clear my own chat, but oh well. They need to add that. I want to take back my wave. Anyway, moving on. I should run this test again, right? And see that it's now working. Yay. Okay, the trick is, does the custom one work? Yes. All right, good. So now we can override the default behavior with the custom one. And now I want to do it with the scripted approach. And this is the real tricky one because that means the delegate is going to be a Lua function, not a C++ function. We can still do it. I just need to be able to store and retrieve the Lua function. I've done this before using the Lua registry. So the way we store things scripted is up here. Right here. And I just need that part. Down here. Right here. It's just a different arrange, isn't it? There we go. Is this vanilla C++, the 4 VS code they're using, or something more exotic? Oh, they're plugins. So there's the link to the list of extensions I'm using, but yeah, this Test Explorer is this extension. I really like it for test-driven development because you can either run or debug any test, and you can also jump to where it is in the code, and you can show the log here. It's really nifty. It doesn't stand alone though, so it's like the host, and then to connect it to your tests, you have to find the extension that you pair with it that matches your test tools. So I use Google Tests, so that this is the one I would pair it with. Catch 2 and Google Test Explorer. I have no idea what Catch 2 is, but this handles both of these in the context of Test Explorer. So those two connecting Google Tests into VS Code. Very nifty. All right. Yeah, no problem. So we're on scripted. So the idea is that in addition to the debug tiles, we're going to include a function to call. So let me properly indent that. And then the function. Should we do the same thing as before? Where I guess we can just have it where it has a counter, so I don't have to do that thing. Because that would be complicated to do to set a variable in Lua, right? Actually, it wouldn't be too bad. I could just have a global. So I can say I have a global called expired. And then to set it in Lua, it would be Lua push. How come I can't call Lua here directly? Oh, wait, I don't need to. I can just call evaluate script. And then do the same kind of, let's just grab the whole thing. Remove the comma. Oh, I forgot that line. Unindent. And just expired as true. There we go. If you're wondering why I'm doing this crazy thing, it's just to stay in the habit of when we switch languages. This sort of would work in like Markdown or Discord or something like that. This is saying that we're quoting what's between these two delimiters and saying what language it is. And then to make my compiler happy, I got to comment those two things out. And then to avoid having to actually be explicit about the new lines, I use this newfangled way of quoting, in that it includes all the white space, so it includes the new lines in there. Although I guess Lua wouldn't really care. Technically, I could just do that, right? Oh, wait a minute. No, you can't, because C doesn't allow you to have multi-line comments like that. That's the other reason why. I'd have to delimit every line with a separate string. Anyway, that's what I'm doing there. So, this won't work yet, because... Okay, so this should say return expired. In fact, I can make that one line, right? So this won't work yet, because the scripted version doesn't store and recall the Lua function for us. So yeah, it failed at the end because it did not drop it. Because it hasn't gone for 10 seconds because it's using the default delegate. So we gotta make this work. So there, we'll have to check for a fifth argument, I think. And we'll have to call it here. So expiration delegate, right? So we'll start this off. Debug tile expiration delegate is null pointer, right? If Lua check any. Let me look this up again. I always forget what these things actually mean. L check any. Checks whether the function has an argument of any type, including nil. Okay, that's not what I want. I guess we can do Lua is nil. Return 1 if the value of the given index is nil and 0 otherwise. The given index is valid and 0 other. Maybe it's this is what I want. Is none. Not valid. Is none or nil? Maybe that's the one I want. I should probably have two unit tests. One that uses the default timeout thing, right? To test this. And a third one where we explicitly say nil. Actually, it has to be a function. I could just check if it is... How do we know if it's given? I can compute. I can store how many arguments we have. That's one way to do it, right? Const auto num args is Lua get top. Because get top tells us how many arguments we have on the stack. Returns the index of the top element of the stack. Because indices start at 1, this result is equal to the number of elements on the stack. So if it's greater than or equal to 5, then we have one, right? So if num args is greater than or equal to 5, then we have an extra argument. And if so, we're going to want to make sure it's a function. Where have I done that before? Here I have. So we do a check type that it's a function. Now I'm going to want to stash it somewhere and then construct a C++ delegate that recovers the Lua function and then calls it. You know what? We'll also need a way to finalize, like to remove it from the Lua registry when we're done. Hadn't thought about that. I guess we can do that in drop with another delegate. I'll worry about the leak later. For now, we'll do storing in the registry. So, what I usually do for this thing is I'll have, where is it? Is it, I don't want to search whole name or full word. Yeah. We want to make a registry location. Yeah, the opposite of this, right, this one. Make a table for organizing the expiration delegates, and then when we're done, we're going to get rid of it. And how do we know when we're done in components? I guess in the destructor. Where is the script host? Oh, it's an element, so we don't need to destroy it ever. We just need to create it in the first place. Okay, so let me create one. Actually, this is, I want both of these. In fact, let's pull the comment in too. Yeah, why don't I just do this right here? Yeah, exactly. Hold on. Why is this done separately? Oh, the game object is tied to the implementation. Right, and then script host, hold on. Script host. Here, when we construct it, where is it set up? Where do we set the meta table? All that good. Oh, maybe we don't do it here. Link Lua. Who calls link? Oh, that was here. That's right. This link Lua. I guess we could have done it here. This is when script host is constructed. So why did I bother having this thing here? Why did I bother doing that? I could have just put this in link Lua. I don't know. Oh, maybe I was migrating towards doing this instead of doing stuff in link Lua. That might have been why. Okay, anyway, I'm just second guessing myself at this point. Let's comment this. Make the make our self instance. Make our instance available to Lua scripts through the global variable game. Then make a table for organizing, or make a table for tracking. Tracking callback, Lua callback functions. Because I might use it for other kinds of callback functions later. So we'll call this Lua callback registry index. And then, why, is this the same kind of IntelliSense garbage? Yeah, I shouldn't, these should be okay. Where to put this thing? I guess we'll put it next to the script host. And what type is this? Come on, IntelliSense, it is an int. This is the index into the Lua registry where we keep a table of Lua callback functions. Actually, you know what I could do? I could just have each one have a registry index. I mean, each one have a reference in the Lua registry rather than keeping a table. Is there a reason why in other places I've opted to have two of these? Yeah, how am I using this? Oh, it's just for a singleton table, that's why. Okay, hold on, let me think about this. I think, was that just to be clean? Let me look at this up again. What does Lua lref do? Creates and returns a reference in the table. A reference is a unique integer key. As long as you do not manually add integer keys to the table, it ensures the uniqueness of the key it returns. You can retrieve an object by calling it. It frees a reference and its associated object. Okay, so it's unique. You can retrieve it by looking it up. Okay. So I think I will have one thing in the registry, and then we'll just use Lua lref with that table that I make here. This table stored in the Lua registry, and then we'll just make references in that table ourselves. So let's copy that, and then back to store debug tiles here. So we'll make a new one const auto callback index, and then here, oh, I need to get it, don't I? I need to actually look it up. So where do we look things up? Raw get I, exactly. So raw get I, drop the impls, and then this is Lua callback registry index. And then I think I need to pop off the callback registry index when I'm done, right? Because this, oh no, it does pop the object. Oh, wait a minute, no, I have to make one there. So I need to push it. Right, Lua push value, Lua 5. So we're taking the callback function and then storing it in the table, which is at -2 now, right? And then I'm gonna need to pop the table off. So then we've stored the function that was at stack location 5. We've stored it in our table, this table, and then we'll get it back in this new delegate. So delegate is, we don't need to capture anything actually. I need to get it back. Actually, I need to capture Lua. And with Lua, we're going to do this same thing here. Access our table. Oh, I need that then. So I need Lua and I need our original registry index. And I also need this index too. So look it up and then look it up again, right? Look up, it's on the stack, so take the one on the stack, and from that table look up this one. And then we have the function, raw get I, always pushes something. So we have two things on the stack now. I don't need the one underneath anymore. So that's Lua remove, right? Yeah, so Lua remove -2. So we just have the thing on the top of the stack is the function that we want to call. So we want to just call it. No arguments and one return value, right? So that should replace the function with the result of the function. So then const auto expired is it's if Lua is Boolean -1 is not equal to 0, because Lua is Boolean actually returns an int, right? No. It's a pound define that actually, so I can just do that. Is that how it's done? Guess I haven't called this Boolean in a while. Let me look this up. Lua is Boolean. Oh, that's if it's a Boolean. I don't need that. I need 2 Boolean. Yeah. Converts it to a Boolean value 0 or, yeah, that's right. So it is, I need to compare something with 0, but it's not is Boolean, it's 2 Boolean. And then we're going to want to pop it off. And the return expired. I think that's all I need, right? It's just that this will leak this callback index. We're going to want to clear that up. Okay, it didn't build. Why not? Illegal reference. It's a lambda cat. Must be from an enclosing scope. Oh, yeah. What if we just capture this? This can only be used by lambda capture within a static oh, so it's right. It's self, isn't it? Self. Oh, also this has to be self in front too. So yeah. Cool. Now that will leak the callback function, but it should at least work. Yeah, it worked. Nice. So to make sure it worked, let me put a breakpoint there, and well, it's not much for me to see in the debugger. It just works or it doesn't, right? All right. So let me just make sure nothing broke. All right, it's been quiet for almost 20 minutes. I have you all captivated, or maybe it's resident sleeper. All right, and everything is working, although I'm leaking a callback. I don't like that I'm leaking a callback. Courtesy chat. Well, thank you, Rally Monkey. The problem is, how do I know when this delegate is no longer exists? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Thank you for the other follow. Don't know how to. I need to think about this. So we're putting that into this structure, and right now it's just a function object. We are watching. What's that emote? The Illuminati. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. It's almost like I need another argument here, something to call when the delegate is being released. I wonder if I shouldn't use a standard function. If I made it a full-blown object, then it could have state, including a destructor. I mean, it could have a state with a destructor. Considering updating your resume, you might have to go job hunting. I think updating your resume is smart even if you're not job hunting. And sometimes I think for different people, job hunting is something that they like. I've known people that will constantly be job hunting even when they're happy with their job, because they want to just make sure that they know what's out there and want to keep up with, get some practice interviewing and stuff like that, and maybe they find something they like even better, or they have something to go to if something goes wrong with their current job. You're always listening to offers. I think that's smart. If you don't mind the extra work of doing the job hunting, even if you might not need it. I don't know what I want to do here. I'm kind of leaning towards changing this from a simple C++ function object to an actual class object. That way, the destructor of this could call unref. It's this ref right where this ref right here that's not balanced. There's no unref for that. We could always assume that if expired is true, it's about to be dropped, and that we could, or it's not going to be called again. That might be the simplest solution. So in other words, like we can say, if expired, then lua l unref, and then we can keep this one around actually, and just pop 2 off. -2 callback index. This will only work safely if this entire delegate is only is not called again after we return true. And that's how it works right now, right? It's dropped anyway. It's dropped whenever it's expired, right? Is it always going to be dropped when it's expired? Where would I find this? Is it safe to assume or not? Yeah, we're always dropping it, so I think it is safe. I should probably write that up, though, in the include. Where we define this thing, or where we use it, actually. Probably where it's used. So right here. This is an optional delegate to call regularly to determine whether or not the debug tile collection is expired. None is provided. Let's make that a separate paragraph. If it returns true, let's be explicit, not use the pronoun it. If the delegate returns true, the delegate will be destroyed along with the debug tile collection after the delegate returns. So that is a strong statement saying that if the delegate had some closure or some state, that it will be cleaned up. It will not be called again. Yeah, well, it implies that. If we destroy it, it implies that we're not going to use it again, right? So it knows whether or not it's going to be... It's in control of its own lifetime. If it's going to return true, that it knows it can clean up stuff. And that anything in its closure will be cleaned up too. Actually, wait a minute. I don't need to do this. I could just put something in the closure itself, can't I? Yeah. I have a smarter way to do this. Yeah, we'll keep that. So the smarter way would be... let me go back to it. Store debug tiles. Find which one it's in. Yeah, this one. So I can actually make something here. We can make it another function, right? We can say const auto finalize, or well, what's something that will call a function when the thing is destroyed? That's by definition it's a shared pointer, right? So we can say standard shared pointer, and it doesn't actually need to point to anything in particular. We can just make it be void, right? Finalizer, right? And it can just be null, but then we'll have a custom deleter. Void pointer. It doesn't need to actually need a name. And in this one, we will do the unref. We need to capture Lua in this one. Actually, we need to capture Lua, and we need to capture the callback index and the self. Because we need to do a couple things, right? We need to get the registry. So now we have the table, and then we just do the unref. And then we gotta clean up after ourselves, so pop Lua 1. Then I don't need to do this, and then we can also make sure it actually gets called. So this finalizer, we will, I should probably keep this in alphabetical order, right? Let's keep this in alphabetical order so we can keep our sanity. Callback index finalizer. So merely capturing it by value there will mean that when this delegate's lifetime is expired, that its deleter will be called. I feel like I'm kind of hacking the meaning of a deleter for a shared pointer to my advantage, but I don't even know if it'll work. Let's see if it works. If it works, then that actually gets called as a consequence of removing the debug tiles collection because it was holding on to the delegate in the first place, right? So let's try it out. Debug. Hey, look, it got called. Where did it get called? It got called as part of destroying something. A tree. What's it? Which tree are we talking about? Kind of hard to see this. Close this. There we go. Get a little bit more space, maybe? Drag. I can't make that dragged up any higher. Oh well, that's all the space we're going to get. Just add an LLVM back in to compile the PHP. If you want to rewrite the game in PHP, let you know. You just remove the delegate if it returns true. I missed this chat. Why am I missing this chat? I'm not hearing the sound effects from Yada to tell me that people are chatting for some reason. Right. So what you said 7 minutes ago, that's what I started with, but I'm like, if it holds on to something that has a deleter, we can just leverage that. I think that would count as running a PHP. Yeah, because, I mean, it would be machine-generated PHP to it, but is that any less readable than human-generated? I'm just kidding. Now at this point, I'm just teasing PHP. Default allocators, we're deleting something. Actually, it's deleting it too late. Is it because we had a reference to it as part of... No, okay, this isn't working right. It's deleting it too late. It should have deleted it here as part of that call. So where is that shared pointer held from? The lambda? Function object. Yeah, which tree is this? It should have dropped it. Why didn't it drop it? Oh, because we have a copy of it. Okay, I'm dumb. We can't make a copy of it. We have to just see is it empty or not. Otherwise, we're gonna make its life cycle last longer. All right, we can't do that. So I need to make this what do we want to say? I'll fix the name in a minute. This should be dot empty. I will say are collections empty after dot empty. It's more efficient anyway. And then just this needs to be expect false on this flag. And this should be true. There we go. Now I'll try again. Debug. Okay, so hopefully this got destroyed as part. Oh, there we go. Part of the erase. Actually calls that finalizer. That finalizer's destructor. Cool. And that happened after this drop. Cool. All right, I'm happy. Let's make sure I didn't break anything. All right. So we can provide a custom expiration delegate, and then this thing is cleaned up once the debug tiles are stored or dropped. Nice. Okay. Let's check that in. So there's our delegate type. We replace the time with a delegate with an expiration delegate, which is optional. Default one is provided. Okay, there's our table. I didn't bother cleaning the table up because we're just going to destroy Lua anyway at the end anyway. Okay. Right, there's, before storing it, see if a function is provided, then wrap it in C++ and then pass it on. Pass through. Okay, and then we got to remove that code and just call the delegate. Cool. And there's where we hold onto the table for callback functions. And our default delegate takes the current time, adds 10 to it, and we check to see if that time has arrived. I don't really need that to be multi-line. Let me fix that one. That can just be one line. I like doing that because it tells you why we're getting the current time. We're getting the current time to figure out what is now. Yeah, I like that, so I'm gonna keep it. Thank you for that follow. Instead of captioning last update, okay, so we're always passing the delegate. Yep, okay. And then we got to remove it from those are using the defaults, and then there's the new stuff. Okay, good. So replace hard-coded, well, remove hard-coded 10-second timeout for debug tiles. Add optional expiration delegate called to determine when debug tile collections should be dropped. Make the default expiration delegate expire the debug tile collection if it doesn't update. If it isn't updated within 10 seconds. So this would be like, really the overall feature is allow a customization of debug tile collection expiration. Expiration. Okay. Now put this into practice. Let me build this in the release build. And I'm at 4 hours, so I'll probably wrap it up after this. I want to put it into the game as tie it to the entity's lifetime. And then we should see that the slimes search aggro the aggro searches are removed from the list when we kill the slimes, basically. How frequent is that going to get called? I wonder if that's going to be a performance issue. I decided to call that from the worker thread of oh, where was that? The coordinator, right? Yeah, right here. How often is this called? Worker polling period. 20 times a second. Okay, that's kind of often. I mean, maybe, I guess we can measure it and see. Yeah, with the built-in performance measure, we can see how often it's being called. All right, we'll do that. Still building. Okay. It's still building. This will be the last thing I do today, so it'll wrap up today's work. I need to decide what I want to do tomorrow. Assuming I'm streaming tomorrow. The plan right now is to stream today and tomorrow. Not Wednesday because of meetings, not Thursday because of Thanksgiving, but maybe Friday. We'll see. So tentatively, I'll be back tomorrow, and I'll be back on Friday, but not Wednesday or Thursday. And whoa, sorry about that. There's a bug with Phaser, I think, that if I put that window into the background and then bring it to the foreground, it plays out all audios that have been queued up while it was sitting in the background. And you might have heard that as a big loud pop. I apologize for that. Yeah, I guess when I'm gonna go back to trying to optimize some of the searches that the NPCs are doing. You should stream during Thanksgiving dinner. That would be too much doxing of people. So. All right, that's done. So take this offline, update, and bring it back online. And then I'm going to want to, as soon as this is running again, I want to run this again. As soon as we have a leader of the cluster. There we go. We have a leader, so start that. And then this is back up and running. Oh, that's interesting. The search stuff isn't working. It's timing out immediately, so the script is wrong. Oh, did I get the logic backwards? That's possible. Okay, let's fix that. Path? Oh, it should be expire, not keep. So this should be true unless it's turned off. There we go. Okay, now if I slaughter some of these slimes, then it should go away, right? Go kill it. Kill it with fire. Yay, it worked. Now let's measure its performance. So that was under script, right? Start profiling and then run it for a while. It doesn't really matter how long I run it, but I like a good 20 seconds or longer. Actually, I might as well just check the code in while it's profiling, right? No harm in that. So, fix bug in expiring aggro search debug tiles. So the expiration delegate should return true when the tile collection has expired, not false. You have to make some changes to your benchmark library. Stream normal development while I eat? That won't work because I won't have my computer set up there. Unless I try to do this on my laptop. I don't have my laptop set up right with my scenes and stuff. Okay, stop profiling. Let me get a nice report that I'm going to just put right into here. I didn't sort it, but that's okay. I really just care about looking at the overall systems. 3.3 seconds out of 69 seconds. And what am I looking for? NPC path, right? How much? Yeah, let's see how much is done in stored debug tiles. Not that bad. 1 microsecond. No. 11 microseconds per call. And it can't instrument the callback because the callback doesn't exist until after the instrumentation has been set. That's why we're not seeing the callback, the time that took for the callback, which is fine, right? Yeah, it's not going to be instrumented at all. I didn't think about this. So to get the actual time, I'd have to instrument the C++. This specific one here. I'd have to actually instrument that. It would be in between system start and end. So it would be in the system metric. If I really wanted to, I can add a metric just for this. I don't have a nice display of metrics right now. That metric is only available through the daily reports. Yeah, I need to improve the C++ metrics. I have good metrics for Lua, especially if the Lua was there when the instrumentation was set, but I don't have anything good stuff for the C++ side. Yeah, so I actually don't know. I actually don't know what the overhead is. It shouldn't be too bad though. 20 times a second it's going to call a small Lua function. It's just going to call that, and it's already calling the rest of the game systems that frequently. So it's calling this, yeah, 1,418 times out of over 70 seconds. That's about 20 times a second, right? And for those systems that don't take a lot, it's really not a whole lot of work, right? 10 milliseconds over 70 seconds. So it's probably not significant. Bothers me that I don't know exactly what it is though. Anyway, enough musing. This should work now. I should be able to look at his aggro search, and if he starts pathing towards something, I can look at the pursuit path. He gets to his end of his tether and he goes back. Oh, that was the other thing. I had a path in there for tethering, right? Let's drop this. Where's tether done? Here? It's in this cannot find path, right? Really, this is the wrong way to do it. Instead of just constantly doing a path find, we should just compute sort of like the rough equivalent of this aggro search. We should do a tether range, and then we should just be seeing if our current position is in that set at all. I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that on tomorrow. That sounds like a task for tomorrow, to improve the tether so that it's not constantly doing a path find. So if I wanted to show that now, what would I do? I would do the same thing I'm doing in path, right? I'd be doing this. We can just use a default for this. Let's do that here. We'll say if path is not equal to 0, then end. NPC entity, NPC is available, and this is tether search. Tether. We'll just call it the tether. And we need to build the debug tiles up. Sure, we can do it inside here. Oh, wait, it's not what we do in path, right? It was in pursuit. Yeah, this thingy. All right. Got it. So that goes there. So for our replays, add a label, and then there we go. We'll just make it default 10 seconds. Okay, there we go. So it'll actually never expire. So I can look at George's tether. Oh, George doesn't have a tether? I can look at the slime's tether, though. So that's that slime there. It's showing you the paths to get back to his home. So if I took him and put him up here, maybe not. I maybe picked the wrong one. Which one is it? This guy? No, this guy? Okay, which one is it? Oh, that's funny. Is it not working? Okay, we'll just pick George Tether. So it's showing you kind of the leash, or a flexible leash you can think of, from George back to his home position. And when it gets too long, he returns home. And while he's returning home, it's not recalculated. Yeah. So if I were to put George... Oh, no. You can see it. It works. Yeah, we're not bothering to recalculate the leash path if we're pursuing home anyway. Okay, it works. I guess I'll just check all this stuff in. This is show tether paths in debug tiles. Yep, it's about time for me to quit. I have to get going soon anyway for a meeting. So, in fact, I'm wondering where Mrs. Remo is because she's supposed to go to this meeting with me. I'll have to call and see where she is. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed today. I think I got really far here. I can have a nice list. I can actually look at different paths, and we can control how long these things last in the list. And I'll be using this later to just debug any kind of pathfinding or searching that we're doing. So, you know, another thing we can do is we can also have the designated origin that we can highlight in a different color, maybe. Anyway, so what I'll be working on tomorrow is using these tools a bit to optimize the scripts that I do have in the game. And this is leading towards pushing this into production. I only want to put it into production once the performance is back down to under the limits that I have on AWS. And then once we got it in production, then it's add more to the game. So I'll be working on this more tomorrow. And now I have to go. So I'm going to go see if there's someone streaming that we could raid. Looks like Tim is streaming. T.S. Joss was in here before. All right. So Tim Bodette. He's in the Live Coders team. There's this livecoders.net where you can see, or no, it's livecoders.dev. Livecoders.dev is the handy cheat sheet of all the people that are streaming that are in the same team that I'm in. So like Lana Lux, Robert Tables, Calo Creation, Jitter Ted, Clancy are the others that are streaming right now. I'm just going to go ahead and raid Tim because I like his stream. Looks like today he's working on stuff with his bot and his overlay and marketing and a whole bunch of other stuff. Didn't know TS streamed? TS. I mean, TS Jost? No, TS Jost is like the main moderator for Tim Bodette. That's what I meant to say. So let me just put this in. I wonder if TS Jost streamed, would Tim Bodette be his #1 moderator? I don't know. Maybe they're the same person and we just don't realize it. He did stream once? Yeah, like he was in Discord and you could hear his voice and he was controlling Tim's stream a few times. I know that's happened. Anyway, hope you guys have a great rest of your day and I'll be back tomorrow, I hope. Okay, see ya. Bye.